Okay. So, presently, our party is made up of Greymane playing Phelan, Haste playing a Dragonborn cleric named It, which does not sound like a planned pregnancy. Noctis Silence playing Halaris. Bacon playing Medi.
Yep.
Sadie Golden Dragon playing the Eladrin Warlock of the Archfey named Siafra. Configure. There we go. And Ace playing the Tabaxi Drake Warden Ranger Cade Swiftwalker.
Also known as Flippin' Scaredy Cat.
So,
Yeah, I went there.
to catch everybody up, you traveled from Barovia across the river, through the woods to the Sarah Pool, where you met Madame Ava and got a finished reading for your Taroka reading, which said that the enemy is a creature of darkness whose power is beyond mortality. He lurks in the depths of darkness in a place to which he must return. If anybody wants to check out the Taroka reading, it is in the journal entry in the Curse of Strahd folder, which should be open to everyone. In a entry called Taroka reading, which should be open to everyone, so you guys can see that at any time. You stayed overnight at the pool, which was a Vistani camp, before traveling the next morning. You made it to the bridge at the Sayre Falls, where the party was almost massacred by a Dullahan that they decided to attack. And then, after escaping with their lives due to the Dullahan's ambivalence, the party has continued to move forward down the Old Svalich Road to just in view of the old mill. Now the question is how do I introduce two brand new players?
That so happens to be a good question.
Mists.
Oh, great. I'm going to go poof.
If it was one, I would have just said that you were, well, somewhere specific. Two seems like a stretch. So I'm going to say that for ease of play, the two new characters were met on the road. Oh, and also when you got to the crossroads for the Old Svalich Woods, you saw a stagecoach belonging to Strahd von Zarovich sitting empty with a single rose on the seat, and decided not to get into the stagecoach because no characters were that dumb. and instead made the left turn to head towards Valaki as you intended, because you are trying to get Irina safely to Valaki and hopefully out of reach of Strahd. So I'm going to just say, for ease of making my life simpler, that the two newest members of the party were met along the road by the swarm that is the party, which means we're just going to start from Gray, and we'll just go through the list. Everybody give a description of your character, what people can see, and just kind of like reintroduce yourself to the party as if there were party members that were seeing you for the first time, because they are.
All right. So Pheon Duskflower. He is a furbolg, 6'6" tall, roughly. Has brown hair with red highlights, kind of furry looking. Is wearing a hat similar to this one. Also wearing a brownish leather overcoat of sorts. Carries around a warhammer and a shield.
All right. And Haste.
All right. I so happen to be a draconic person. I'm carrying around a shield and a mace. My character's name is It. A little bit of a backstory. He was frowned upon from where he came from. Thus, he was always considered It.
And Noctis.
Palaras is a kind of short-ish half-elf. Tends to wear kind of drab clothing, has a very broad-brimmed hat, and is always carrying around that big honking drum.
And Bacon.
Medicolo. Good lord. Medicolo. He's an elf. He's a sorcerer. You look at his eyes close enough, they look really weird. Apparently, he brings balance. Or at least tries to. Yep.
His eyes actually look like two different clocks that are set to two different times.
Yep.
And Sadie.
If things get too out of balance, they spin really badly.
Push to talk.
I'm very green, and I am apparently named Sophia.
Siafra.
Siafra. And apparently I play the panpipes, and I can do magic.
Yay! And Ace.
And sorry, I'm Ace. I play Cade Swiftwalker. I am a Tabaxi Ranger, and I'm kind of like a black coat, and you'll see a lot of scars that have produced like almost a white fur from that. And if you look like in his eyes, you can kind of tell like he's been through shit. Like he's been through a lot. So he is very
There it is.
cautious about
All
doing
right.
things.
So, let me find my page. The group of you approach a large old windmill. standing roughly 40 feet tall at the pinwheel point of the windmill, so roughly 60 feet total height, if you include the spinning blades. You see an ancient, aged, broken down windmill. There is so much damage done to the blades of the windmill that there is no possibility that it could be functioning on its own. It is spinning, albeit slowly, and creaking in the wind as it turns. Let me take a minute to adjust the light. Onto characters. You will notice that your characters generally will have a very short field of vision, about 20 feet. The reason for this is, even if your character should have dark vision beyond that, the fog makes it so that it is impossible to see much farther than 20 feet. Now, if there's something else lit on the other end of the fog, you can normally see a little bit farther, but your vision is pretty much limited to 20 feet at any one time. That being said, the lighthouse is a large structure, and you guys should be able to see it from the road. Which would be right about...
Which screen are we on? Are we on? Oh, not there we go.
Haha. I was getting everyone set before I pulled you over, so that nobody went, but I don't have a character on that screen. You should be able to just make out the face of the mill ahead and to your left.
Yep.
Oh.
Which you probably already know, second, but just in case you didn't, if you hold down shift while pinging, it automatically drags everyone to the ping.
I did not know that.
So if you ever need to show, if you're ever talking about something you're meaning right here, you can hold down shift and automatically drag everybody's attention.
Everybody's vision. That's awesome. If you do it while you're still set to a light, it puts another light source down though. So apparently I should not do that in the future.
Yeah, that one doesn't work too.
Okay.
Okay, this is interesting. I've got nothing.
Reload the page. This file shouldn't be too big.
Nope, because my potato is doing it.
The old Svalich Road transitions here from being a winding path through the Balanok Mountains to a lazy trail that hugs the mountainside as it descends into a fog-filled valley. In the heart of the valley, you see a walled town near the shores of a great mountain lake, its waters dark and still. A branch in the road leads to a west promontory, atop which is perched a dilapidated stone windmill, its warped wooden vanes stripped bare. Not anymore.
That's good.
Who just bounced?
Noctis.
Knocked.
He'll be back.
Oh yeah.
See?
There we go.
as you said.
So, it is. Trying to remember what we said timetable wise. I believe we said you left at.
We left the camp early morning.
Right. And it was 8 o'clock to get to the bridge, 9 o'clock to get to the crossroads, 10 to have a problem in the middle. So it's about 11 in the morning right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which you only know because you know what time dawn was. Otherwise, it would just be not nighttime.
Yeah.
Because there's only 2 settings in Barovia. Dark.
8 o'clock and dark o'clock.
Yeah, there's dark and dusk. So, what do you do?
Have I ever ran into this tower before?
Because you are the local, so
I am
yes.
the local.
You know, in fact, that the old windmill, nicknamed the old bone grinder, is populated by an old woman named Morgantha and her 2 daughters, Bella and Ophalia. And
Are they nice or no?
they are 3 people that live alone in the middle of the woods and stick to themselves. Thus, they're immediately creepy and supposed evil. However, they make their living by selling pastries called Dreamtime Sweets that are one of the only things that can allow you to get a good night's rest in Barovia. Generally, and even if you take a long rest and it counts as a long rest, you're still plagued by nightmares. You specifically are plagued by nightmares of, the dragon that abducted you. However, when you eat these, you fall into a almost catatonic sleep, and it's one of the few times that you can sleep peacefully in Barovia, and they charge a gold piece each for them.
I don't know about you, you folks, but I would like to make a quick stop if we don't mind. The old bone grinder up here, the ladies that live in there produce a very fine sleeping draught, to say.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I'm down.
Let's go.
All right. So,
Doesn't look to be the most inviting place, but
Well,
I mean,
they
to
don't
be
call
fair-
it bone grinder.
to be fair, it's not
Isn't
the
it?
least inviting place you've seen in Barovia.
Has there been any
Well, it's
inviting
It's
places
hardly
in
been very
Barovia?
inviting at all.
I mean, really, the closest thing you found anything inviting was the Vistani camp at Sayre Pools, and, even that, there you were eyed with suspicion.
No, the open stagecoach was inviting.
That's true. The open stagecoach belonging to the monster was very inviting. Deliberately so.
I will knock on the door.
Okay. And you hear a shuffling from inside. As you hear, whoops, right through the wall, an old woman make it down the stairs, holding her lamp. Yes, what can I do for you fine folks today?
And I would recognize this as...
This is Morgantha.
Okay. Morgantha! Been a bit. How are you?
It has. I'm well. Old bones still creak, old teeth still rattle, and old heart keeps pumping.
Hey, if they're creaking, it means you're up and moving.
It's true. So, what brings you fine folk to my door today?
I don't know about the rest of them, but I think as a probably at this point, DM, a longtime customer.
Yeah. Also, I would like you, anyone who has a passive perception of 13, you're going to get this one automatically. Anyone who does not have a passive perception of 13, please make me a perception check.
Oh, shucks. I'm one short.
Right on there. Phelan is
My
a
perception
13.
is 14, so
There you go.
Nice.
Well, both of those made it. Okay, so
20s.
as
that.
you approached, you saw that there was a large raven sitting on the top of the door frame to the bone grinder. And as you approach, it squawked at you several times. When you knocked on the door, it squawked again. When she opened the door, it flew away towards the northwest.
Have we seen this raven before? Like, does it have any like distinctive features, or is it just it's a raven?
It is not wearing face paint nor carrying a Fender Stratocaster, so it looks like every other raven.
Damn.
Wonderful. I didn't know if it had like 3 white feathers in a corner of its
Nope.
thing that made it obviously a specific raven.
Nope.
Okay. You said northwest?
West.
Yes.
Yes.
So, okay. Okay. Mental note. We've got to check that out.
I mean, it's probably nothing. So,
I'm playing my character as of since I didn't roll at all.
Okay.
I know nothing.
fair enough. So what can I do
Huh?
for
What?
you?
I will take... I gotta figure out how much gold I actually have. Hang on. Apparently I have zeros. Is that the actual case?
You shouldn't. If you don't have anything on your character sheet, assume that you have like 10 gold. It's fine.
Beautiful.
Also, you were part of the group that got paid a fairly ridiculous amount for selling a set of, neon disco clothing to a gypsy caravan leader. So yeah, so I think everyone in the party pretty much has like 30 or 40 gold at this point.
Wonderful.
Like that, yeah.
If I've got 30, then I'll say I will pull out 7 gold and I'll take a week's worth of that wonderful sleeping medicine.
Certainly. Do you want to wait out here, or do you want to come in while I go upstairs to get the ones that are finished? Or do you want to come in and wait? I have some in the oven right now.
I will look back to the group. That's up to you all.
It's a lot better in there than it does out
Fresh
here.
baked. I don't mind fresh baked at all.
Sounds like we're going in.
Okay.
Sounds like
So
we're
you
going
guys,
in.
feel free to try to come in and squeeze into the building. She
Close the
actually
door in our
goes
face.
up the stairs and disappears for a moment.
Is that actually a fresh pie on the oven?
Yes.
Or on the stove? What pie is it?
It's a cherry pie.
Ace is a pie fanatic.
The
Ace
ground
loves
floor of the mill has been converted into a makeshift kitchen, but the room seems filthy. Baskets and old dishware are piled everywhere. Adding to the clutter is a peddler's cart, a chicken coop, a heavy wooden trunk, and a pretty wooden cabinet with flowers painted on its doors. In addition to the clucking of the chickens that are in the coop, you also hear the sound of toads croaking from the corner. The smell of pastries blends horribly with the stench that burns your nostrils. The awful odor comes out of an open, upright barrel in the center of the room. Warmth issues from the brick oven against a wall, and a crumbling staircase ascends the wall across from it. Shrieks and cackles from somewhere higher up can be heard and almost seem to cause the old mill to shudder.
How many voices?
3, not including the chickens or the toads.
3 including
Well,
our
Kansas no more.
3 including the old lady that let us in.
Correct.
All right. So which one of them's fire broom? Which one of them's cauldron bubble? Sorry, just
Stop reading my notes.
You know,
Honestly, at this point, I don't care what they do in their free time. These ladies produce the only thing that you can get that'll actually allow you to get a good night's rest around here. So, I would recommend getting yourselves some as well. It's a little more on the expensive side as a gold piece, but it's most definitely worth it.
So,
I'll take that advice.
what do you guys
That-
do?
Yeah, that will.
You have
well-
probably 5 or 6 minutes before she's going to come back down the stairs to get the fresh batch out of the oven. So,
We robbed the place blind. No, I'm kidding. That'd be a horrible idea. Yeah, rob from the hags.
no,
maybe they're
I mean-
just kindly old gentry
They're
folk
hags.
that are
We all know they're
misunderstood.
We all know they're hags.
They might
hags
not-
can be good.
They
Hags
might
can be
not
good.
just because there's 3 cackling old women upstairs does not, in fact, automatically. Okay, yeah, they're hags.
They're hags.
But yeah,
They're good hags.
Look, there's 3 of them. They're all doing the cackling thing, and they're doing the
I don't
cooking.
want to know what's in the barrel.
This is the Scottish plague, kids.
Whatever is in the barrel smells absolutely foul.
I would like to look at what's in the barrel.
If you look into the barrel, you see a glistening greenish black ichor about 3/4 of the way up the height of the barrel.
And
That
that's
barrel,
what
by the
you're
way,
eating.
is this one right here.
Do we recognize? Does anybody recognize this liquid?
I could run an arcane
I'll
check.
take a look.
I will allow an Arcana or a Religion check.
Arcana.
Do we have to be proficient to do so, or just anybody
Yes.
can? Okay, I am proficient in neither. Does anybody recognize this? It smells bloody awful.
Probably not.
Phelan, Medi, and Halaris are fairly certain that that's demon ichor.
Would they know what it is used for?
I mean, a lot of different things.
I don't cook them. I only kill them.
Anything good or all nefarious?
Everything involving demons and demon ichor is nefarious.
Oh yeah.
Also, is anybody like scanning the room at all, or just focusing on the barrel?
I was actually just about to ask.
Yeah, Gray, go ahead.
Yeah.
The things that look like piles of bones on the floor.
The things that look like piles of small bones?
Yes.
Investigation, please, sir.
They are indeed piles of small bones.
But does he get more information than that? He does. They are piles of small bones. However, in your experience, these bones look like human bones.
Oh,
Which
no,
means
it's a good thing
they're
I'm
not
not human.
children.
piles of small bones as much as they're piles of children's bones.
God.
Are any of us children? Is anybody playing a child?
No.
Wonderful.
Hmm.
We're safe. We're good.
I can be childish.
Hold
No,
on to
it's
your
a-
denial as long as you can, Ace.
They only like children.
suddenly we're a bunch of 3.5-year-old kids.
Yeah.
Yep. That's terrific.
As long as you're not a child, you're safe. You're fine. So just
You are so
Don't bring-
fortunate that Papa Smurf isn't here right now, because there would be only one thing that he would be doing right now, and it would be charging up
Smashy
the
smash.
stairs.
Yeah.
All right, 2 minutes left.
Yeah. Get the gold out. This is this.
I would like.
I ain't eating anything the Switch made. Forget
Is-
it.
Is any of our party look sneaky, or have I seen anybody do? I've only been here since the first set. I was only here the first time, and it was me, big man who's not here, and I think Gray's other character.
No,
or-
Gray's same
No,
character.
it was Bacon. It was Bacon. That's right.
Yeah.
So I don't. Do we have a rogue in the party, or am I the closest thing to a
You're-
rogue we have?
I think you're the
You
closest.
and the
Congratulations.
warlock trained in stealth are probably the closest thing.
And I apologize. Who is the warlock trained in stealth?
I think that's me.
Yes. Also, just so
Wonderful.
that you know, one of your invocations, Sadie, is you can detect magic at will. You don't need to cast it. You don't need to use a ritual. You just go, is there magic? Is there magic? Is there magic? Is there magic?
Gotcha. So shall I be casting Is There Magic? Okay, I'm casting Is There Magic. What do I have to roll?
You don't roll. You just say,
Right.
is there magic?
Okay,
basically blink.
DM, Is There Magic?
The barrel is detecting as transmutation.
The
The
barrel.
barrel with specifically the ichor in the barrel is
Oh, okay.
detecting as transmutation. Other than that, you are getting a slight glow of enchantment magic from what is cooking inside the oven.
Well, yeah, that would make sense.
Other than that,
Okay.
I'm going to make a judgment call. And I'm going to explain the judgment call I'm making, which might, in fact, ruin the judgment call. Detect Magic has two weird things. It has an automatic range, and then it has you can detect a color if you can see the object. And there's different ways of how you do this, because it's not really line of sight, it's range, but it also has a line of sight property. I'm going to make the argument that you need line of sight to the object that you would need to be able to see the aura of the object to know that there was a magical object. In other words, not saying this is the case in this point, but if it were important later, if there was a magical item buried under the floorboards of the tower, even if you're standing right on top of it, because you cannot see either the item or the glow that would come from it, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was there. That's going to be my
Understood.
ruling going forward. That being said, and not necessarily relevant to this case, but could come up later on in the session, the only magic that you detect is transformation from the barrel and enchantment from the pastries that were made with child bones. So these certainly aren't hags. I don't know why you would I don't know why you would automatically suspect that.
Looks like somebody's going up the stairs.
So
Okay.
I was waiting until he was done.
Okay.
I would probably I would actually probably, again, I don't know everybody's name. Who's the blue dragonborn?
It.
Or the platinum
And that's haste.
dragonborn?
Your players list in the bottom left-hand corner is actually updated and accurate with everybody's character's names pinned.
Right, but if I don't know who's playing it, I don't know who the character.
Haste Dragon is it. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
I don't know. Haste is the dragonborn.
Right.
I
I can change that.
And we know, I was about to say, can you put names above?
Yeah, I'm just going to change the tokens to display names when hovered over.
I think just having that with a very rapidly changing party would be very helpful.
That's, yeah.
It feels weird saying is somebody's name, but it.
Yes?
Would you mind holding on to this for a moment, and I will hold out my bow to you? It can get a little bit in the way if I'm trying to scout around.
Okay. I will
I would like
grab
to
a hold of it and hold on to it for him.
just kind of very quietly. I just want to peek upstairs to see what they're doing.
Okay. Give me a stealth check, sir.
Before you head up there, would you like to listen to a little ditty?
Sure, I would love to hear a little ditty about
Bardic
how
inspiration.
About Jack and Diane?
And this is how we lost our first party member.
I'm going to use a fate if I have one in this game.
Sure. You should have one. Everybody starts with one.
Oh, that was even worse. What is the inspiration dice?
D6, I believe. Double check.
Oh, that was pretty good though. Because
It helps.
Fate just gives you advantage, right? Or does it replace the roll?
It can give you advantage or a reroll.
Okay. So then that would be a 19 total.
Okay.
Thank God for the inspiration. Well done, Bart.
But before we do this, I actually pick up one of the fairer size bones.
Okay.
I hold it out and show it to the other one. It's a child's.
Well, just don't bring your child around and they'll be fine.
Was that a kitty, Mr. Haste Dragon?
Yes, that was a kitty.
I love kitties.
Okay. So... now that I believe I have everything set up to hover, to name drop when hovered. Except for the 2 players that aren't here, and I'll fix them later, which means I'll forget. On the second floor...
Ooh. I do not own any tokens with vision.
See, and that's why I waited till after I put them on last time to switch. Bastard. All right.
Bastard.
I'm going to drop all of the players here so that they can be in on the fun, but that doesn't mean any of you are up here. It just means you're going to be in the way in the room. Can I put you all in the same square? That'd be convenient.
Come on.
All right, so as Cade sneaks up the stairs to the second floor, we'll move the gaggle over that way. You see
Please tell me I'm not walking up on them just sucking a child bone clean. Just picking their teeth with one of the bones.
a stairwell going up to the third floor, as well as the old lady currently walking the handle on the grinder mill so that the grinder continues rotating around. Cade, give me a intelligence check. If you have construction or milling or farming or anything like that, you have advantage on the roll. Sunburst, thank you for the follow.
I would say I don't know what I would be before. I don't know if I remember what I
Okay,
would have
then
been.
just roll.
Oh, that was so close to being good.
It was, and then it was a total of a 2.
And then it wasn't.
I
That would
mean,
be a 2.
old lady moving an entire mill arm by herself, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not suspicious.
Again,
I don't know why they think she's a
these
hag.
are nice old ladies that give me sleepy good.
Exactly. They're nice old ladies that make NyQuil biscuits. I don't understand what the problem is.
DM,
Uh-huh.
can I make another intelligence check? Are we taking in child bone dust when we try to fall asleep?
Well, give me an investigation check. You have a +1 to this one now. The plus
9.
1 was from Rose.
10.
Okay.
Throwing him advantage.
Okay, you have advantage, so you can keep your 10, but you can also roll and try for better.
Oh, I don't think I did the wrong thing. I did intelligence. Sorry, not investigation. Hold on. Let me reroll that.
Okay.
Damn it.
Okay. 10 it is.
Gray, you've infected me with your rolls.
So there's bags of flour stacked up on the far wall, over here. But you don't see any bags of wheat.
Fuck.
I mean,
Flour. They get it imported and immediately grind it up. There's no point keeping raw wheat around if you can grind it into flour.
She must be just finishing up because there's no wheat
be good.
here. There's still a bunch of bones, small, maybe chicken sized, tossed around on the floor. But I mean, maybe she just likes eating wings while pushing a bone grinder.
She's doing her own thing. She's gonna get hungry if she's the only one just over there going.
I mean, it's got to be a lot of calories, right?
It's got to be a lot of calories. Got to be snacking.
Yeah, I mean,
see,
yeah.
I feel bad that I snuck around and spied on this old lady.
Okay.
I'm going back downstairs.
All right. And we all head back downstairs.
I told you guys, there's nothing to worry about. She's finishing up, grinding up her flour upstairs. They're finishing up the little cookies that we're going to get. It's going to be a good time. We just got to wait a little bit longer. I'll take my bow back. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I hand it back.
Okay. All right. So, about a minute later.
I love this.
I'm so glad I'm not Maeve in this one.
A minute later, the kindly old lady who can push an entire mill post by herself comes back down the stairs. Let me see if these are done yet. Excuse me, dear. You just need to get right over here. Okay.
Can we ambush her?
I mean, I'm kind of surprised nobody has. And she
I'm the
takes
only one
out
that knows.
2 dozen, like, little tiny
Child
muffins.
dream biscuits.
They're just muffins. They're just little biscuity cakes.
I will.
They
offer
smell
my
wonderful.
7 gold.
They're the only thing in this room that smells good.
I will offer my 7 gold.
Okay. She walks over and like kicks some things away and pulls up a somewhat soiled sackcloth bag and starts putting them like right from the oven. I mean, she's been baking a really long time. You just figure that she's, built up some,
Yeah.
temperature
I mean,
resistance.
you see those professional chefs just go in and grab a hot pan just straight off the thing.
Yeah,
She's done this a long time. She's built up resistance.
exactly.
Proud
She
of
just
her.
just takes them
Calluses.
right off. Just
An old working woman. I'm proud of her.
she's doing the best she can in this downtrodden economy. And there you are. There's 7 biscuits in a bag.
DM,
Yeah.
DM, can I take a look at the bag that she's putting it in? Is it just big enough to put a child's head in?
It's investigation roll.
Oh,
Because I like where you're thinking. I can make it worse.
Yes, 7.
This bag and the fact that it has like a bit of a wrap attached to it, it really looks like it's probably a swaddling bag,
Yeah, see, perfect.
which is just conveniently sized, really.
Yeah, I mean, she had to pick a smaller bag. I mean, she's only giving out muffins. She doesn't need big bags.
Yeah, it's a swaddling bag. You know what you would put a small infant in if you were
but
laying them
it's
down to
just
sleep
big enough.
under a
If you
window in a crib. Yeah.
Right, but if you had like 7 of these muffins, it's just big enough as a baby, so it works perfectly. It's just the right size.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful, wonderful.
Okay.
This old lady is amazing.
Isn't she just? Now, did anyone else need anything? I have more upstairs, but I have 17 more that are piping and just ready to go right here.
I
I highly recommend.
I say I'll take 10.
Okay, and she grabs another little tiny bag. This one's a little bit larger, It looks like it
Right, baby.
might have at one point, like it has 2 weird tied off, pinched off points at like the bottom corners, almost like it was a shirt that the sleeves were knotted and then removed from, maybe. But a really small shirt, like one designed for somebody only like maybe a couple years old. And she puts them in and then hands it to you, and then you go, there you go, sweeties.
I bet she made that herself for her young granddaughter or grandson, and they just didn't accept it.
Well, they outgrew it.
Or they
By the way,
outgrew it.
Ace, you also have a fate point.
Thank you. Well,
I technically don't know that they so happen to have kids upstairs, so
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, she does have 2 daughters.
I don't know this because I'm not from around here. So
That's true.
Yep. None of us do. None of us do, except for the cat. But yes,
the cat who is like enthralled by this individual.
No, I think I will take 2 of them, please.
Okay.
So it should be 5 left. Yeah.
5 left here before she would have to go upstairs to the ones that
get
she was
the
planning
tail.
on walking around with tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll buy out the rest of the fresh batch.
Oh, thank you.
Terrible idea. Why am I doing this?
It's not a terrible idea. You're helping an old lady's business.
True. And being a spellcaster, God knows I need to get sleep. But
Right.
It's true.
same.
all right, it's so hard. It's so hard not to.
Okay, and
Sure,
she
but anyway.
and she goes and gets the rest of them for you and puts them into a drawstring bag that has 2 long like leads to either side of the drawstring bag, and only half of the drawstring bag has lace on it and the other half doesn't. Little blue and white bag.
And I didn't hear that. Dang it! You bastard!
It was obviously a child's bonnet.
I'm originally it's just being repurposed. So what do you do?
Well, having done the thing, I am now going to, I think, get some air. Yes, I'll go be right outside. I'll Be right outside. I'll be right outside. I'll be right outside.
Are you going to be right outside?
Who's
I'll
going to
be right
join me in doing a dumb?
Keeping in mind, that is what this place is all about. That is what we do.
I take the bone that I had picked up and I set it down on the table.
Okay.
I just look at her.
Okay.
I think we both know what this is.
A windmill.
I shake my head.
Okay, so yeah, what's upstairs? Thanks.
The mill?
Yeah, further than that.
Well, upstairs would probably be the grindstone.
Exactly.
I'm not an expert in cooking, nor am I in apothecary work, but I know what this is. I'm sure you know what this is.
I do know what this is, yes.
I'm willing to leave currently, not doing anything because we have other objectives. But I felt that you should know I know.
Well, you can think
That's
you
how you
know
feel,
what you think you
yes.
know, but I know just how many people will ignore what they think in order to get a good night's sleep.
Oh,
This is becoming patently obvious.
oh no, I would beg to differ. I do understand that. Which is why you are terribly low on my list of priorities. I bid you a good day.
Good day.
Did you? I do.
I do.
And as I'm leaving out the door, I say, thank you and have a great day.
Yep. Everyone's going to be so well rested. No problems at all for the party. Okay.
What's a party?
So, does that mean you are all ready to leave the mill and continue on your travels?
Yeah, that would be the key. Let's get the hell out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as we get outside,
Yes.
I'm like, I think we should probably leave now.
As you close the door,
I don't know why y'all are afraid of just a nice old lady.
you hear
A baker.
cackling from the first and third floors. Hey, Sector X.
See, they're having fun. Now you're over here just throwing shade at them. Be better.
It's like a regular comedy club in here.
Well, you can believe what you want, Cade, but that many bones, there's nothing good going on in there. I'm a stranger to this land. My dreams are my own, and I've lived with them.
The unfortunate part, my good friend, there's nothing good going on anywhere in this town.
Okay.
I understand that.
So, we will head back to our map page. And I will do a group ping. Bing! So that you guys can see where we are.
I see nothing.
Not my fault.
Should
I
have got
see
my eyes
everything.
closed.
1,
Damn map.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this is noon. And it's noon. Noon is pretty safe a time. And you're traveling on the road, which is the safest way to travel.
Yeah.
And you're traveling cautiously, which is the safest way to safely travel. So everyone give me a D12. Here comes Gray, still rolling a 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll let everybody roll first so that way they can think they actually didn't have an encounter. Oh,
Almost. Also
No!
almost.
Jeez.
Okay. The noon hour passes without incident.
Oh, thank
1,
goodness.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 o'clock. Same D12s. Situation is just as safe.
Ish.
Well, at least it's not a 1.
No,
Yeah?
guys are getting close, but you're staying safe.
I'm beginning to feel like Ravenloft might be the game I should be playing. With his character.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 o'clock. And D12s again. Oh!
That's so wanted to be a 1.
Oh!
Oof.
So close. So close.
Yeah, all these D12s, it's more like marbles.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3 o'clock, and you make it to Valaki. So give me a second to pull up a map of Valaki for you.
Oops. Would have been an encounter.
I'm gonna go for 1 second. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Yep. This is a good time to take a second because I gotta upload a thing. So we are going to create scene. I mean, I expected you guys to get to Valaki, but I really thought that I was going to have, a break in between to do some maps because I expected you to do, something when you got to the mill. But this works too.
Oh, I thought we were chasing down the bird.
As thus, I shall be right back.
Okay.
I gotta go turn on the light.
Yep.
Otherwise, one's gonna be able to see me.
This is the general direction that the bird would have headed also.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, northwest.
I guess I mistimed. Oh, well, that's a bummer.
what's wrong?
I ordered dinner to come in at about the mid-time, but, well, apparently we got there early,
No worries.
so...
You can just, knock your camera off because we're doing it this way. And then, just pop it back on when you want and you'll still be in the call.
Yep,
And you
yep,
won't mess
yep,
up anybody's positions because this way I don't have any positions for anybody. It's great.
Okay, the question is, how do I... Ah, there we go. Just do that. The button on the left, not the button on the right. The button on the right does bad things.
Grid type. Hexagonal. And we make that small.
I
And
was
we'll
really
make that
contemplating whether I should just, walk up behind her and start attacking. But
I mean, it wouldn't have been the first time for you.
no, it wouldn't.
If Father Smith had been here in poison, yeah, that would have been it.
Oh yeah, Father Smith has
It-
shown up and seen baby bones that would have been, welp, gotta go kill an old lady.
Okay, but for real, they're a hag. We can't fight them.
No, we can fight them.
What level do you think a
Absolutely.
hag is?
What?
Winning?
I mean, we may
Hag
not
is
win.
a much higher CR than we are able to take care of at this point.
You think
Morden,
so?
you missed this. Not attacking the Morgantha.
I mean, there's CR5. You have a massive party of
Are they CR5? I thought they were
Yeah.
much higher than that.
no. Well, again, there's like 8 different types of hags.
Mm.
So it depends on what hag you're hagging with.
In Phelan's humble opinion, she was doing a bigger service than harm.
That's what happens when you don't know the whole story.
Hmm.
Not interested in the whole story.
It's sometimes ignorance is bliss, and this was one of those times.
Oh yeah.
My character was not actually good alignment, nor lawful.
I mean, good, bad.
It's
He's
lawful to eat children, isn't it?
good, bad. He's the guy with the gun.
Pretty much. Mind you, if I was playing the character I play tomorrow, yeah, there would have been some problems there.
I really thought about bribery too. It's like, why did? But who bought the rest of them? I was like, what? We know what this is. Why don't you just put all of the rest of them in the bag and we'll leave and be on our way, and nobody needs to know anything more.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that y'all didn't decide to go upstairs and like look for her daughters and like attack them. I mean,
They wanted to feign ignorance, and the best way to do that was to see as little as possible. So they all chose to see as little as possible.
Don't
No.
ask the questions you don't wish answered.
They opted to feign ignorance. Phelan didn't care.
Mm.
I wasn't willing to attack without backup.
And that's how things keep happening.
Yeah.
I mean, with Strahd being our major target, I'm not going to waste my time on something that's kind of a side quest in an afternoon.
I mean, that is how you get more XP.
But at the same time, if Father Smith was there, I probably would have. Well, not probably, but I would have backed you.
All right, so,
I was actually kind of waiting.
everything in the city of Vallaki is going to be well lit enough that you can see cleanly in the city. So that's why I just made the walls outside of the city solid, and then did the put the light source inside. So once you guys are in the city, you won't really have to worry about the fog anymore, and you should be able to see normally once you get inside. However, where you are right now is approaching.
Note to self and friends. I hate wild turkey.
There you are. So you have made it to Vallaki. The old Svalich Road meanders into a valley, watched over by dark, brooding mountains to the north and south. The woods recede, revealing a sullen mountain berg surrounded by a wooden palisade. Thick fog presses up against the wall, as if looking for a way inside, hoping to catch the town aslumber. The dirt road ends at a set of sturdy iron gates, with a pair of shadowy figures standing behind them. Planted in the ground and flanking the road outside the gates are a half dozen pikes with wolves' heads impaled on them. The palisade that surrounds Vallaki is 15 feet tall. Vertical logs held together by corded rope and mortar. Top of each log has been sharpened to a point. Wooden scaffolding hugs the inside of the palisade 12 feet off the ground, giving the guards cover when standing along the wall. You have followed this Valich road to one of the gates of the city. So what do you do?
The two NPCs are with us, correct?
Oh yeah, let me drop them down. I forgot to do that in the last scene.
As I wasn't here before, what was our goal for getting to Wallachia?
Your goal was to try to get Irina to some place of safety where she can't be reached by Strahd. And her brother Ismark's belief is that the best place for that is the walled city of Vallaki, and the priest that you talked to's belief is the best place for that is the monastery at Kresik.
Where's
Guess
President?
we need to go talk to the local
Kresik is farther
clergy and
west.
see if there are any vampire bitings recently.
Well, you are at the gates to Vallaki. What would you like to do?
Well, at this point, it would be probably up to our charges, because they are more likely to be known than most of the rest of us.
All right, so you turn to Ismark, and he says, well, I believe there are two reasonable courses of action. The first would be to either head to St. Andrew's Church so that we can speak to Father Petrovich and see what has been transpiring here. Or we could visit give me 1 second. I'm looking for their name. Or we could visit the Burgomeister, Martikov, and speak to the Burgomaster about what may be happening within Valich. It is possible we could go and speak. Okay, take back the second half of that. The Burgomaster is Vargas Valakovich, and we can go and speak to Vargas about what has been happening inside the city. Either way, it is likely that you will both want to, the group of you will want to sneak by the Blue Water Inn, which is the largest tavern and inn in Vallaki, to secure rooms at least for the night, while we determine what course of action we will take next.
Who votes church?
I would definitely say we'd want to get her onto some type of consecrated ground as fast as we can.
That seems to be a reasonable course of action under the circumstances.
Okay. Well, if you were to walk into the city, you would be able to see that pretty much from the door that the church is this structure over here. Ding.
Ding.
So closer to the other side of the town than this one, but I mean, once you're inside the gates, you're inside the gates, right?
There's something to be said for being inside the gates.
There's definitely something. Shall we go inside the gates?
I
Yes,
think we should go inside the gates.
An entire town full of undead.
I mean,
We can just purge it.
Okay.
or you could just buy brownies from them. I'm sure everything will be fine.
We already have our brownie fill from
That's
the
true.
nice old lady that lives in the woods. Haven't you ever heard the story? Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. We just went to somebody's grandmother. That's why she has so many children clothed around.
I mean, that seems almost like a decent enough argument. It's not, but it almost seems like it.
If you say it enough times, maybe it'll be true.
Whatever helps you sleep at night,
Just keep
Cade.
saying it till you believe it.
These
Enough
I hold
of
up
this,
the ground.
enough.
These
Going
do
in-
help me sleep at night.
Going in the gates. Going in the gates.
Yep.
Following the crazy people. Following the gate. Crazy
So,
people.
remember when you were in Barovia, and for those of you who weren't in the village of Barovia segment, pretend you remember. When you were in Barovia, the majority of the population seemed very dull and drab and forlorn. And there was an occasional individual like Ismark or Arinia that had a bit of vibrancy to them. And then there were the Vistani that had all of the vibrancy ever. You're getting a lot of that here as well. Most of the population is just, like, legitimately, your party walking through any town should immediately cause alarm to every single passerby. Most of the people in town don't even seem to notice that you're not normal. They just ignore your presence and just keep trudging. You see maybe 1 in 5 people-ish, like, see the group of you coming and quickly find an excuse to not be on the street. And then you see, but that's the extent of it. And then you see Vistani when you pass small groups of 3 or 4 of them every couple blocks. Politely smile or nod or wave or tip whatever instrument they're playing in your direction. And generally give you a persona of almost approachability, which might be the weirdest thing out of the group. But other than that, the town appears to be a fairly standard, Slavic mountain village. I mean, it's large enough that you pass a couple butchers and, a couple bakeries. None of them have children's bones on the floor. And you see people going about their day to day. There's a bit of a market near the middle of the town that you pass by, and while it's tame and quiet for market standards from anywhere that you've been, it's at least showing signs of life. Like, it appears to be a fairly comfortable, fairly regular type of village. So you make it to the church. Rather than create a new character, I'm going to reuse a priest. The good news is that they actually suggest that you just reuse this same map, so I don't have to make one of those.
Yay.
Because apparently they're about the same size, just this one doesn't have vampires strapped, strapped up under the floorboards.
So it doesn't have the ambiance.
Yeah, not quite the same feel. So as you approach the church, and we'll throw down your characters yet again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 NPCs, 1, 2, and I'll throw one in there. So the part of Father Petrovich will be played by Father Donovich. And the part of Yeska will be played by Barovian Common Child. And the part of Milivoj will be played by Periwinkle. Because those work pretty well. Okay. So, you approach the church. The slouching, centuries-old stone church has a bulging steeple in the back and walls lined with cracked, stained glass windows depicting pious saints. A fence of wrought iron encloses a garden of gravestones next to the church, with a thin mist creeping over the graves.
That's not ominous.
Certainly not.
Well, shall we then?
I think that would be the proper thing.
I knock up and I pound on the door.
Okay. As you pound on the door, get through the door. Click. You hear a bit of rustling. And then you see a large, burly commoner open the door with one hand with like a shovel just braced on his shoulder in the other one. Aye? What you want?
A failing dusk flower. And we have a ward in our charge that needs sanctuary.
You want to talk to Father Petrovich then?
Aye, if he is the one that is in charge.
Okay. Wait a moment.
What is it with everyone slamming the door in our face?
I mean, it only has 2 settings, open and close, so it moves quick.
Well, all right, I've got to turn off the camera a bit.
Okay. Nom-noms.
Sounds.
A moment later,
Okay, good.
the door opens
What
again.
is her name? I can never remember her name. Their name.
Irina.
Irina?
Because I did all the PC's tokens and I didn't do any of the NPC's tokens. Hovered
could have sworn
by
I had it
anyone.
written down on my little cheat sheet here, but I'm not seeing it.
Hovered by anyone. Now when you hover over, it should show names.
Yay. Still won't remember them, but
That's
at
okay.
least I can read. Thank you.
Yes, may I help you?
Ah, Father. I am Phelan Duskflower. We have a charge under our care. We have come from Boravia, and they need sanctuary. May we come in?
You bring the children of Koliana with you. That would be yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
I wouldn't know that.
Because Ismark Koliana and Irina Koliana are the
Now motion back.
children of the burgomaster, who is Koliana Ardovich.
Yes. There's the children.
Yeah. It's a Slavic naming tendency.
Mhm.
Father's name becomes family name. Yeah. Okay. So Father Lucian Petrovich, his father was Petrovich something or other, and so forth and so on. Certainly. Feel free to come in this way. I apologize for the mess, but things have been hectic of late.
Hectic. Do tell.
I mean, I'm sure it's no worse than anywhere else, but there has been more attacks. I mean, the walls do what the walls do, of course, but there have been more attacks of late, and I generally have a number of frightened town folks that stay overnight in the church for safety, and then sometimes things can get messy.
What with the wolves and zombies and such?
Exactly. Ismark comes in and says, Father Petrovich, we have brought Irina here. Crazy girl. We have brought Irina here in an attempt to keep her safe from the minions of the beast. I wished that she could be given sanctuary within these hallowed halls until such time as we can find a way to shelter her further from risk. Everyone feel free to make an insight check.
Maybe.
If Foundry allows us.
It's allowing everybody else.
I'm still really not used to high rolls like that.
I know, it's really weird. I can roll it for you if you want me to.
Or I can just start rolling for you. Apparently I have the same luck.
Would that be an investigation?
Insight. It's another skill, but it's a couple lines up from investigation.
Yeah, I'm not going to do very good.
I mean, you could roll a 20.
I hope I do.
Oh, you didn't do bad. You weren't the worst. Cade
Don't mind me.
and Phelan detect an unease in Father Petrovich when the idea of the church as sanctuary is mentioned.
This is hallowed ground, is it not?
He looks like he's trying to avoid giving an answer.
Your lack of answer is answer enough. I don't feel like this is a safe place for anyone in these times then.
He looks about the room for a second and then says, it will be safe enough during the day. If any of you want further information, come follow me into my office and we will discuss it in a slightly more private setting.
Does the commoners react to this news, or does
He
it seem
kind of
like
says
they...
it quiet enough that they can't hear it.
But when I was specifically trying to say mine loud enough that they heard it.
They heard yours, but they're
How'd
not.
they react to that?
The only two that are in here right now is the altar boy, Yeska, and Milivaj, and neither one of them really seem to take much interest in what a large cat has to say. However,
Okay.
the priest will walk into this side chamber over here. Boop, boop. It's a small room. Everybody just pile in.
Send your friends.
Yeah, the door is kind of odd. You go in through the top, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that shows difficulty getting in, I'll just pull them in. Kate, are you trying to get into the room or? Okay. So everybody's in. Everybody's in. There we go. Pile all in like we're friends. And Ismark will come in. And that leaves Arinia outside with the commoners. And that's fine. So, the old priest says, until recently, the church was, in fact, consecrated and proof from Strahd's depredations. However, a few nights ago, someone broke into the crypt of Saint Andral, which was concealed behind the altar, and stole the sacred bones.
Not the bones.
Without that relic, the church cannot be properly sanctified to be guaranteed to be proof against attack. It is still holy ground and therefore better than most places. However, it does not have the pure sanctity that it once had.
So where are the bones?
If I
We'll get them back
knew,
for you.
I would have taken further actions to recover them.
Okay, do you have anywhere we can start?
Any idea upon who?
I can show you the crypt in the hopes that you can come up with better information than I was able to. Other than that, the only suggestion I can make is that the only other person who knows where the relics of St. Andrew were is Jeska. Now, he's too small to have done anything himself. But I fear that he may have shared information with someone else who may not have been as trustworthy. I know for a fact that I have not shared any knowledge of where the bones were interred. Which
Can I roll
means...
an insight on that?
Sure. Seems reasonable.
He's just as trustworthy as the
As
grandma.
the old lady, right.
Mhm.
So, my suggestions would be either Jeska may have told someone, intentionally or otherwise, he may not even know that he did, or some form of scrying or divination was used to determine where they were and then to remove them when I was unaware. I cannot definitively connect it to your travels here. The timing may be coincidental, or it may be a deliberate attempt to keep Arena from safety. I cannot say either way.
Well then, I guess we should take a look at the crypt. Let's get started.
Yes, let's do.
All right.
I will speak to the boy.
Okay. Let's split up the party. Let's split up the party. Okay, so we're going to keep these two NPCs over here. The boy we're just going to put over here. So that means we're going to start playing Split the Party. Let's get everybody out of this room first. Yoink. All right, so everyone that wants to go to the crypt, head down here towards the doors. Anybody that wants to stay with Arena and Ismark, in case something completely unlikely happens, head over towards them on that side. And anybody that wants to talk to the boy, head over to the boy up here. Whoops. Don't know why that happened. Anyway, boy's up here. There we go.
And crypt is behind the altar.
Crypt is
right?
down here. I'm just trying to, go three directions with the party. So, where are you going, Halloris? You staying?
I'm going to have a brief word with Medi.
Okay.
And just remember to listen out for the spirits. Cast guidance on him.
Nice.
And there go the eyeballs again. No, it's actually not that bad. It's when everything starts happening. That's when it
Yeah.
goes weird.
And then I'll go down with the rest.
Okay.
Everybody going outside.
So did we actually get a mix? Is that really what happened?
No, it's, well, pretty much. We have 2 party members that are staying with the boy, and everybody else is going into the crypt, and nobody's staying with the person that you were trying to protect. So I'm sure nothing can go wrong.
I was just about to say, can I make a wisdom check or something to see if that occurs to me?
Nope.
All right.
But Arania's in the same room as the boy.
Yeah, I mean, more or less.
Okay.
All right.
And within the sort of
If I
previously
roll
sanctified?
even, we will start with Medi's conversation, and if I roll odd, we will start with looking at the crypt. Odd. Okay. So the crypt isn't a terribly large area. In fact, it's so not terribly large that it doesn't get a map. It is only a 10-foot square, 5-foot high chamber located beneath the chapel. The Father Petrovich shows you an area on the floor where the floorboards were pried up in order for the crypt to be accessed. The floorboards have since been replaced, but not in a way that would stop you guys from being able to very easily pry them up to get back into the crypt again. So I'm just going to assume that that part happens.
Yeah.
However, anybody that would like to look at the floorboards, give me an investigation roll.
Come on, work with me, Foundry.
All right. Cade, Phelan, and Halaris. Cade, Phelan, and Halaris. You notice that based upon the scrapes on the floorboards where they were pried up, that they were not pried up using a crowbar or a sharpened instrument. But you can't make out exactly what was used.
But it looks like tool markings and not claw or...
It is definitely tool worked, yes.
Okay.
As you enter the crypt, inside the crypt itself, there is a sarcophagus, not full-sized, but a more like a reliquary, maybe 2 feet by 3 feet in size, that stands 4 feet tall at its opening because it's mostly pedestal, and the interior chamber is probably only about 18 inches deep. The lid of the reliquary has been removed and just knocked to the ground.
Does it look like a seal was broken, or is the lid just literally a lid that you would just pick up?
It has a depressed edge so that it can't get like knocked or jarred. It would have to be like lifted and turned slightly and then pushed off.
conscious effort.
Yes.
Am I seeing any tooling marks or anything there that would indicate?
I was just about ready to ask that.
Both of you give me an investigation check. Nothing that left enough of a mark on the hard stone for you to be sure.
Okay. I'm actually not expecting to get anything on this, but I'm going to fire off my detect magic.
Okay. You don't detect anything.
All right. Man, I really wish I hadn't moved my spells around after that last long rest.
Yeah, I got no spells to help in this situation.
I'm assuming the ground is relatively well maintained, no dust, nothing that we could use for footprints or any such, or that we've already obliterated them.
Give me an investigation check. Looking at the floor.
I'm really tempted to use a card for advantage.
Almost there.
The crypt is... It's not well maintained in that it is generally just sealed. So you can tell that it's not normally tread upon. There are a few sets of boots that were already on the floor coming from where the floorboards were damaged to the reliquary. So you really didn't destroy the crime scene any more than had already been destroyed by Father Petrovich.
Mm-hmm.
However, you can determine that everything that has been down here before you guys were definitively booted feet. The boot prints overlap each other to the point where you can't really determine size or anything like that, but you can determine that it has just been a people problem and that they were, booted or shoed feet that came down into the crypt.
And there's obviously nothing lying on the floor that we can see easily.
The only thing lying on the floor is the lid to the reliquary.
Inside of the coffin, is there any, scraping?
No. No, when you checked it for tool marks, there's really nothing on the inside of it at all. It looks like whatever took the bones out just literally scooped them out by hand. And by hand, not like by claw or something.
That's kind of what I was going
Yeah.
for.
Yep.
So this may be a bit nitpicky, but looking for strands of hair or, something that might be usable to identify a person by matching, a scrap of...
I will allow you either another investigation roll or a fate point expenditure to find a clue.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I have no fate points, so...
Well, there you go.
Well, perhaps could you use some guidance?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't turn it down.
Cast guidance.
Okay.
Now, is the top cracked?
No, it was just lifted and slid off and knocked to the floor.
Okay, so
Well,
that's
And
no.
something
it's
that heavy
it is thick.
would-
It is heavy. It is large.
Mhm.
To the bottom, like where it would have either slid, does it show grinding? Like, did this get picked up and moved? Are we looking for someone super strong and able to do that, or was it slid, grinded across, and then fell?
It looks like it slid, grinded across, and fell.
Okay.
So you're looking for someone who is a strong person, or 2 or 3 average to above average strength people, but you're not looking for anything
But
of
not
superhuman
ungodly
strength.
strong.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't help us at all.
I mean,
I wonder.
Did we find any hair, any scales, any, like, is there any blood spots? Is there
no worries,
anything?
Sadie. Thank you for playing. Sorry we didn't get to a fight, but I hope you had fun.
Since I
No,
know
you're
I'm
fine, Sadie. Don't
strong-
worry about it. Ace, to answer your question, I will allow you also another investigation roll or the expenditure of a fate point to automatically find a clue.
I was thinking about lifting the lid up.
Okay.
Maybe there's a clue underneath pertaining to at
Am I
least
allowed-
a piece of fabric.
What is your
Possibly?
strength?
17.
Okay. Give me a strength test.
Am
Or
I allowed
athletics.
to try the investigation first, and if it goes badly, then use the fate, or do
Absolutely.
I have to make
Yeah, no,
a decision
yeah,
now?
that's fine.
I will assist him with an 18 strength.
Okay.
That's actually pretty good at 17
Okay.
for investigation.
The two of you notice that either one of you could probably have lifted the lid of the reliquary with some concerted effort. And either one of you could probably, if you had anything to wedge into the lid, have knocked it loose by yourself. But you're probably looking for someone about as strong as either of the two of you, because anyone else would have had a very difficult time moving this thing.
Okay. Was there any clue underneath it?
No.
And what does a 17 get?
Well, since we've got it up in the air, why don't we put it back up there to make life easier?
That's fair.
Yes.
With a 17, you do not specifically, thank you for the follow. You do not specifically get any further, like you don't get a Scooby-Doo clue, but you are able to notice something that everyone else missed, which is the device used to remove the lid appears to have been a fairly flat edge that was then, based upon the rub mark, used to lever the top up in order to make it movable. Okay, Gray.
So like,
Don't know what that gives us, so okay.
so like a crowbar style mark or like a sword?
Not a crowbar, something wider and flatter.
It's like a shield.
Shovel? Shield?
Yeah, I was just about to say. So it looks like
Oh,
a shovel.
The dude the commoner that's literally chilling there. Guys, I think something long and kind of flat lifted this up like a shovel almost. Have you seen anybody with a shovel nearby?
Yes,
Could
as
it
a
have
matter
been
of
a
fact, we
hoe?
have.
I mean, it could have been a hoe. Basically, some form of groundworking garden instrument is the most likely culprit. So yes, a shovel definitely would fit the marks, not only for this, but also to a certain extent where the floorboards were pried loose.
I turn and start walking up and out.
Okay. So we're going to stop from this spot, and we are going to come back to dun 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 dun. Dun. We have Sadie, who is no longer here, and we have Med. Oh, good. That means Medi's all by himself. Certainly not a risk.
Oh, no, this won't go badly at all.
No. If I had known she was going to be bouncing, I would have done you guys first. So I feel kind of bad about that, but also didn't know, so I don't feel too bad. In any event, Medi, you are standing next to a child.
Yep.
He is a altar boy.
Mhm.
Who is under the care of Father Petrovich. He is probably 8 or 9 years old, dressed in simple clothing.
Yeah.
He has the big hands, big feet of an 8 or 9 year old that is destined for a growth spurt should he live that long, but is unfortunately just kind of clumsy at that age due to big hands, big feet.
Right. Well, his name was Yeska.
Yes.
So Many takes a seat. I understand you knew about the relic that made this place special.
Let me see. All right, so I'm just gonna do this, but knock them all down to a -1 each. No, sir. I just helped Father Petrovich, and the lie detector test said that was a lie. You didn't even get as far as rolling an insight check.
Yep. Yeska. It is particularly important we determined what happened to that item. You knew where it was.
No,
I need to
no,
know.
I didn't.
Okay. I'm going to have to throw a persuasion on this.
Yeah, he still didn't. You still don't buy it.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to throw a persuasion on this. Thankfully, I'm a sorcerer and therefore charisma, and I've
Okay.
got some guidance happening, so it'll happen now.
Okay.
Yeska, I need you to cooperate. Otherwise, people know. Yeah, otherwise, people You see the pretty lady over there? She might get hurt. We don't want that, do we? And I will not try that. Yeah, I better throw the D4 on that.
All right.
So that'll bring me to 19.
19 is still good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Father Petrovich told me about it when he was telling me about the secrets of the church, but the only person I told was Milovaj, because Milovaj is always here anyway.
You didn't speak to anybody else in the past few days?
No.
Turn around, and that's the big fellow with the shovel, right?
Yeah.
Is he still lying to me?
Give me an insight check. You are fairly confident that he is not being deceptive or duplicitous in any way.
Okay. When did you tell him about the item?
A couple of days ago.
Okay.
Specifically, fourth wall breaking. That's not him being evasive. It doesn't give me an exact time.
Right. What was the big fella's name again? I'm sorry.
Milovaj.
Right. I turn around and look right at Milovaj.
Okay.
We need to talk. He's no longer being particularly persuasive.
Okay. You're the only one upstairs with him. So...
I suppose I should face fella.
Doop-de-doop. I don't know what you want me to talk about.
Why did you remove the item?
Oh, those stats are way too high. I'm going to use these.
That's comforting.
It's no concern of yours. You're not from here. Piss off.
Right.
Have we come upstairs yet?
I'll let you guys know when you come upstairs. You were downstairs investigating for a little bit longer than this is
Yeah,
taking.
we were there for a while.
Yeah.
That's why I was checking.
Yep.
You stole the item. You've desecrated this church. You need to make amends. Restore the balance. What have you done with the item?
Give me a
Where are
persuasion
my
check.
bones?
There's a persuasion. Oh, we like that.
Oh, yeah, that was a pretty good roll that you got there.
Yeah.
25. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess I'm not going to be able to do the intended reaction I was going to do, but you're not from around here. You don't understand. You don't know what's happening. And you can't honestly tell me that you know for a fact the best, most effective place for that relic to be is in the basement of a dusty old church where it's not doing anything.
Nor do I care. The question was, what have you done with the item? He's starting to get a little angry. He's getting a little imbalanced. This is not good for him.
I moved it to somewhere for a better purpose than keeping a dusty old building safe.
You stole. Just say it. You stole.
You're a
At this
wandering adventurer. How many things have you stolen from rightful owners for the purposes of using them against greater evils in other places? You have no reason to judge me.
No. Except the situation that I have now. Can you guarantee that the place that you've put it is safer than where it was not more than a few days ago?
Is it safer? No. Is it more usable there? Yes. Can you guarantee that items that you take out of long forgotten places are safer wandering the countryside of Barovia in your pockets than left in the tombs that they were consecrated into thousands of years ago?
I can honestly say I haven't taken anything that I haven't purchased specifically.
Well, then you
So
are
I can't
unique
answer
among
that
your
question.
kind.
Repeat again?
Then you are
No,
unique.
literally, I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, then you are unique among your kind. About that time is when everybody's going to start coming upstairs. You get to hear that statement, and that's where we're going to pause for a break. Yay!
Yay.
So I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch. We will be back in a couple minutes. I don't think I have a BRB screen that's going to work here. Hey, I do! Okay, so I'll see everybody in a couple minutes. Bye.
Okay. And I'm gonna
Can't
try to
feel
pop
my
out.
legs.
If anybody in chat has any questions for me or for any of the other players or anything about anything, just go ahead and drop it in the chat and somebody will get to it as soon as we're back. Bye. See you in a minute. Let me go ahead and remove the burb, and we're back. And we have replaced a Sadie with a Ari, and we have replaced an Ace with an empty chair, and
Yeah,
we're
the chair.
chair. Chair gets a turn.
Good chair. Chair's turn.
And
Chair might possibly talk less than I do.
it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. All right. So Bacon.
Yeah.
I gotta say proper model for Milovaj.
Yeah.
So yeah, you and him were having a brisk conversation.
Yep, very brisk. Very brisk.
Very brisket conversation.
What do you do?
Brisket.
Oh. I gotta be honest, I'm not entirely certain what Medi would do at this point. I know what I'd do. Rip that shovel out of his hands and smack him upside the head for being a moron. But that's not what Medi would do.
Well, what would Medi do?
Role playing.
We are actually physically up here now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Very soon.
It's going to probably coincide with something like, roll for initiative.
It might. Stop reading my notes.
Sorry.
Depending on what Medi does.
What do you do, Medis?
I will hold an action to cast something at him if need be. But in the meantime, it's still a matter of... So, you removed the item because you thought you knew better. Is that what I'm hearing?
I removed the item because I know more about what's going on than you do.
Enlighten me.
Well, there are many purposes for relics. One of which is sanctifying hallowed ground. Another of which is using weapons to be able to... using relics to be able to force evil to recoil. And a relic sitting in a basement gathering dust isn't fighting anything.
The relic was acting, pardon me while I personify this thing, in a defensive capacity to prevent people from coming here. Not
And
so?
everybody coming up the stairs hears that, including Father Big Nose, who I will add as soon as I change his token to our hovered by anybody status.
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Hello.
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 All right, so you all heard that last exchange between Milivaj and Medi.
Okay.
That kind of pissed my character off.
Okay. Well, everyone's free to do what they do.
You're going to need to
Chat, I'm waiting
do
to see
some
if they
very
jog
hard
them too hard.
convincing that the purpose you had for it is better than the purpose that it was originally serving.
Well,
As you can see, that may be somewhat difficult.
How is Milivoj standing with the shovel, etc., etc.?
I'm going to go with pretty much in exactly that pose at the moment. Although it does look like his right hand is clenched fairly tight.
Okay.
Right down to them crazy eyes.
Right down to them crazy eyes.
Look at them crazy eyes. Look at them all. He's got them crazy eyes. Mm.
Yep.
Okay, we're over here hiding behind Halloris, who doesn't get to hear that very often.
I'm fully expecting something bad to happen here, but I walk up behind him.
Okay.
I lean in close, and I say, "You're a blasphemer," and I grab the shovel.
And that'll be an initiative roll.
There we go.
There's
That's
phrase
the
you were
word
looking
everybody
for.
was waiting for.
There we go. Oof.
But I think I'm going to toss a advantage and advantage myself for that roll.
Okay. All
A
right.
little nicer.
So you will beat him that then. So we will update combatant with a 15. So the first round, because it was pretty much a resisted action, is going to be just Phelan and Milivoj. And then we will immediately go to the top of the order.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Okay.
So, Phelan, what you doing?
Like I said, I grabbed the shovel. Yeah, I'm just locking it and basically keeping him from bringing it to bear.
Are you trying to remove it from his person or trying to restrain it?
No, bind, restrain,
Okay.
not remove. Because we both know that doesn't work very well most of the time.
Yeah. It just becomes a restraining anyway. If 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
All right.
While I'm doing this, it's a pretty steady stream of, you're a blasphemer, you're a heretic. I'm just with intensity.
Okay, so let's do opposing athletic checks.
That works.
He
If you
probably
win,
beat me on this one.
You will have locked his shovel so that he can't use it as a weapon.
All right. I am not proficient in athletics, but it is a passively 14.
I'll roll a die. And we'll see how you do. You rolled wisely. All right. So you snuck up behind him. You've now reached over. You've grabbed the shovel. He has no way to free the shovel. So his action will be trying to rip the shovel back from your control, which means his action will be trying to break the grapple. So we're going to do that thing that we just did one more time. And he rolled terrible.
So do we want to take odds on me rolling lower than that?
I'm not taking those
No.
odds.
I mean, since because
We are an opposite week, folks.
because you had him grappled, you win ties. Oddly enough, you couldn't have rolled lower than him.
Yeah, because remember, guys, skill checks can't auto fail or auto.
Yep. So the lowest you could
At
have
least
rolled
not
is
yet.
5 winning ties. So there you go.
Yeah, I forgot about the modifier.
Yep, yep.
Also, remember, fear bogs count as one size larger.
For determining weight and what
Is
they
it just
can
for
grapple.
weights? All right.
So he
Gotcha.
could have grappled somebody large, which wasn't a concern in this case anyway. But so it is the start of the of what may or may not be a combat round. We'll see what the players do. Phelan has effectively has Milivaj restrained unless Milivaj lets go of the shovel. Halorus, your action, sir.
Well, first,
I'm not
free
expecting
action.
this to last long enough for me to have to change to combat music.
Oh,
Right.
First, free action. Now, guys. I think we can work this out without coming to fisticuffs. Action. I'm casting guidance on Phelan. And bonus action, I am casting I think it's Call of Spirits. Tales from Beyond.
Okay.
Which will let me. I think this is it.
It's an action. Use the ability, not a bonus one.
I thought there's a bonus one.
Oh, oops,
What?
sorry. No, never mind. I misread that. It's in your features.
Yeah, just trying to figure out. Okay, we'll do it this way. Not 1d7. Okay. Okay, so I have Tale of the Runaway available.
Okay.
Casting Guidance on Phelan.
Okay.
And did my spiel, and that's my turn.
Okay, Medi.
Medi will hold action for a reaction spell if it becomes necessary.
Okay. Phelan.
Going to continue restraining.
Okay.
I am also going to get the manacles. Try with my offhand.
Okay.
Get my manacles out.
Okay. Pi.
I'm hiding behind Halorus.
Always good.
Nice move.
Father Svitel.
Small hiding behind small, I guess.
I know, right? You're not used to that happening.
I stepped in just as all this started, so I am slowly. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's happening.
That's okay. So are all the players.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of us weren't in the conversation, so we really don't know what's happening. So it's all cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I assume I was downstairs looking at something.
You were downstairs looking at a crypt where the bones that were keeping the church sanctified were removed. The players determined that the object that was most likely used to open the reliquary to remove them was a shovel, and that the lid had to have been pried off and moved by someone of reasonably high but not superhuman strength. And then
looking at the guy with the shovel. Got it.
And then you came upstairs to Medi and Milivaj, aka the guy with the shovel, having an argument over why he moved the bones.
Oh, lovely.
So in fact, both halves of the party succeeded in figuring out who was responsible.
Good job, guys.
Okay, make sure we cover all our bases.
Father Smith is not actually drawing his mace, but he is preparing a action. That action would be to grapple Milivaj if it looks like he either attempts to run or if he breaks free from Phelan's hands.
Okay. You are in a touching square, so that works.
Yep. And if he's not he's not trying to, even hurt him. He just wants to restrain him if he tries to run or, go after anyone.
Let's see how smart he is. All right. Pretty smart.
Seems like he.
I was going to say wise. Yes, okay, you did roll with it. Yeah. You rolled his ability to count the number of people in the room.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. He lets go of the shovel. What do you do?
It is looking at him and like waiting for, to put him down onto the floor, not trying to hurt him or anything,
Okay.
but not trying to take the other person with him, my companion.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to say, why would you remove something holy out of a holy place? And he's saying it with, utmost, anger.
All right. Asa said that he's probably not going to make it back, so he told me just to punt him from the call. So we're going to do that.
Okay.
There we go.
Bye, Ace.
Bye, Ace.
Bye.
Hope everything works out.
And then there were 6 again.
And then
Yeah.
there was 6. Not that it mattered, because it's the same size windows as if there's 7.
Yep.
Okay. So...
Do I
I'm
need to
going
repeat that,
to
or
end the combat tracker for now, because
Okay.
I feel that everything has gotten to a point where somebody snap moves, everybody is so into holding, so we just need to roll over again anyway.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. No more active encounter. So, look. Those bones were doing nothing of note sitting in the basement of this church. When I found out they were there, because of other conversations I had been having with Heinrich van der Voort, he suggested that I get them to him because he will be able to make better use of them to protect the town from Strahd, especially with the upcoming feast, than them sitting in the church. And he paid me enough for acquiring them to make sure that I could keep my younger sisters and brothers fed through the rest of the winter.
Did he say how he would use the bones?
He's a more learned man than I am, and I didn't ask for specifics.
Have we encountered this person at all?
No,
Or
the
heard of
party
him?
has just recently gotten to Valaki. Cade would tell you that Heinrich van der Voort, because Cade is the local, would tell you that Heinrich van der Voort is the coffin maker in town.
Coffee maker.
Coffin.
Coffin
Coffin.
making.
My name.
He is the mortician.
Not necessarily.
Fair enough.
He just makes the boxes.
So fair.
I mean, mortician is a thing that really didn't exist much at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Largely
people in
was
boxes.
largely was taken care of in house by whoever, and
Sure. Hmm.
Huh. so you got paid to lift the bones. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we might have to pay him a visit to either figure out how we can work with him or something else.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or what time is it now? It's getting in towards late afternoon ish.
It's probably about 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
I thought it was 2 o'clock when we got to the town.
Oh, right. So, yeah, so it'd be about 4 o'clock.
Probably more like 3 or 4.
Okay.
Is there anywhere else safe to take Irina?
I look at the father.
Ismark says, we have options, none of them good. Until the bones are returned, this place is better than most, but less defensible. If we trust the Vistani, there is a Vistani camp not far outside the city, because they're generally not terribly welcome in the city. If they are Vistani who are not loyal to Strahd, then she would be fairly safe there. But we can't guarantee that they're Vistani that are not loyal to Strahd, so that is a risk. Other than that, there's securing a room in the hotel and trying to keep vigilance until we can secure the bones.
Because we should get her to where we want her to stay tonight first. We don't know how long it'll take to deal with the bones thing.
The inn does not sound like a very good idea. Who
No,
knows?
the inn does not.
No.
From what it sounds like, here is still best place.
Either here or with the Vistani, but the Vistani is a risk.
Johnny runs too high a risk.
Yeah, the Vestani without knowing, we can't really be saying it's safe. And at least here, we have, half dozen windows and a doorway to defend against.
Fair.
But no screaming children.
No vampire in the basement.
Hmm.
Well, I would say she should stay here then, and we should go pay this coffin maker a visit now, and risk being out at dark.
I mean, the town's not that big. You should be able to make it there and back in time.
I'm not planning on things going smoothly.
Father Smith,
Yes.
give me a perception check, sir.
$17.
You have advantage on this one because it involves hearing. No, that's literally a racial power.
I completely believe it.
17.
Never heard it before. It's funny. Well, I'm like, well, yeah, because
Outside
this spot.
in the courtyard of the church, aka the graveyard of the church, you hear a sound which resembles a small bird taking off. What strikes you as odd isn't that there was a small bird in a graveyard, or that a small bird would, attempt to take off. It's the bird took off immediately following the discussion about what you were going to do next and where, and with more fervor in its flaps than you would normally consider common for a bird of that size.
And I heard this from outside, like, okay, yeah. That was weird.
What's weird?
We finished deciding what to do, and then birds bolt away.
Like how big of a
What birds?
Heard, not saw.
Because there was a raven on top of the door when we got here that seemed quite irritated that we were here.
That would be about the right size.
Sounds
Also,
about
for
the right size.
clarity, because there were players that were there then that weren't here now, it wasn't when you got here, it was when you got to
At the
the
mill.
mill.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Did something startle it?
Sounded
Yeah.
like us finishing our conversation.
At a Gus, we did. We've been spied upon. We need to move.
Well, I guess we should prepare for some company this evening then.
Right.
But-
In the meantime, to fellow with the shovel, where is this coffin maker?
He gives you the address to the coffin maker's shop. And it is, if we go to the map of Valaki, which no longer has all of our players on it, I will fix that. Badoop. And badoop. And activate.
Boop.
And pull
Map
this in.
towers, activate.
Okay, so this is the map of Valaki, and the coffin maker's shop is over here.
All the way at the other side of town.
Of
Wait,
course.
where are we? Are we where we are?
You are where you are.
Oh, the way the other side of town. I mean, it
Feel
doesn't look
like
like
we
that
should
far a
move
walk, but
west?
still.
Yes. Yes, we should.
The
Yeah.
entire town from Dawngate to Duskgate, which are the names of the two gates that are on the Zvalich Road themselves,
Right.
is, as the crow or perhaps raven flies, roughly 5,000 feet.
Okay, so less than a mile across.
So
That still makes it about 3/4 of a mile, even by the shortest pathway to that building from where we are.
Mm-hmm.
So roughly a 10-minute walk casually.
Mhm.
Yes, I walk slow.
Father
Well,
Smith
I
is
limp
slower.
slowly.
Yeah, about 10-minute walk makes sense.
3/4 of a mile, probably more like 17.
All right. 5,000 feet, 75 squares. Each
All right.
each hex is 65 feet.
Well, I think we should get to moving.
Okay.
Yes.
Which makes that
Yep.
scale actually work pretty well for those buildings then, because most of those buildings then are about 40 by 60, so or 40 by 40, so that tracks.
Mm.
Well made map. All right. You get to when you make this corner here. All right. Well, apparently nobody's making that corner there yet. That's where Cade's marker is. But when you make this corner here, you see that is in fact the Blue Water Inn, which was earlier discussed.
Okay.
So, not saying that you're stopping there. I'm just saying that you have
That we
A
noticed.
point of
Seen
reference
it.
now.
that you have been a thing has been discussed, and you know that is
Where
the,
it is.
the inn.
Not particularly interested in that right at the moment.
Oh, on my way out, I'll be the last one out of the church,
Okay.
and I will get with what's the gravedigger's name?
Milovaj.
Milovaj. It's like Milovaj. Remember, not all gold is clean, and I will slip 5 gold into his pocket.
Okie doke. All right. Also, because I was doing things, but I was watching where you guys were moving. On the way here, when you pass by here in the road, here in the road, yeah, that works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see da, 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 da. Actually, yeah. So you see a large stockyard that has several locked sheds along its periphery and lies adjacent to a roomy warehouse. A wooden sign above the front gate reads Arisek Stockyard. You notice parked in the south end of the stockyard is what would appear to be a carnival wagon, its colorful painting slowly peeling off. Faded letters on the sides spell out the words Rictavio's Carnival of Wonders. A heavy padlock secures the back door of the wagon.
That's an invitation for all sorts of bad things happening.
Yeah, it is.
One bad
Do you
thing
want to
aside,
see exactly how wrong this can go? Come here.
Nope,
I'm
nope,
just
don't
telling
wanna.
you what you're going past. It's up to you to decide what you do with
To
that
go past it
information.
or not.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I may add that to Phelan's to-do list, but not that high up on the list.
No.
Time crunch means smash coffin maker, take bones back, go back, or let someone else talk to coffin maker and take bones and go back.
Give me 1 second.
I'm.
Yeah,
Don't
because
rush the
that
GM.
never pisses off the
Yeah.
GM.
Yeah.
That's never a bad idea.
Yeah.
Open Coffer Maker's shop. Download.
Ooh, maybe not.
Extract files.
Now, as a cleric, would I know if the bones would detect as magic?
If they are a sacred relic, they should most definitely detect as magic.
I have no way of knowing if they're just bones or an actual sacred.
Well, I mean, if they're not an actual sacred, then whatever you're doing is useless anyway.
Right, because they're not going to help.
Right.
Who knows?
That was one of the 2 points.
Who knows? Maybe we'll come across something else that'll work.
And the option to kill whatever comes after us is an option. Or die
That
trying.
is the case.
All right, so it's going to take me just a second to make the map. Mostly because I just want to try to, this time, get the grid somewhere near appropriate.
Useful grids are useful.
Which we do by lining up the size to a door. I mean, that's generally what I do. There we go. That'll work. Not knowing how the players are going to proceed with this. Just give me a minute to get this set up. Morden is helping along.
Which is what Mordens do.
Put in windows. And then we put in doors. And then we put in light source. Light source. That should be a perfect overlap outside. Tell you what, I'm getting pretty good at setting these up on the fly.
Yeah, you are.
Well, if you do it enough times.
Right? All right, so that is set. And now we'll bring in the players. I mean, to be fair, Morden, like, literally cut the work in half.
Hey, it's part of the reason why having a assistant GM helps so much.
Oh, it really does, especially for digitals. Like,
Right.
It's part of the reason why I threw it on you, because I'm just like, if I start having a problem, it's just like, hey, second, can you take care of that for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I believe they're even the right people. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which one was going to be the front door. If it was going to be that one or the one with the sign on it.
I wasn't sure. Oh, you know what? It probably should be the one with the sign on it because that makes the most sense. So I'm just going to walk you guys around the outside, around the outside. Oh, yeah, looking at it, that definitely makes the most sense.
So there's your showroom.
Showroom in the front, workshop in the back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
A room with a bunch of coffins. That's definitely where we want to be in
All right.
Ravenloft.
And let me just check because we've been. I mean, Ravenloft is so popular that we've gotten lucky so far. I'm going to go. Holy shit, somebody made a dragon actually work.
Do we need one of those?
I mean, I'm grabbing it in case we do.
I mean, you grab it just in
Save.
case you need to recolor it.
Yeah, right? Like, job's a good one right there.
Ready?
All right. There's so many good things that show up in here. It's amazing. Heinrich van der Voort. And there we go. Ooh.
Wow.
He's
He
having a
looks like
rough
he takes
day.
his work too seriously.
I mean, he doesn't look like that in the picture book, but we'll use it for now. I mean, he does look like that, but he doesn't look like that like that.
It's just a retouching in the book.
Yeah, this is the Rob Zombie remake version.
This is the got into a fist fight with Phelan a few times before we actually showed up somehow.
I mean, it's not like I would have taken the manacle chains and wrapped them around my fist or anything.
I was gonna laugh really hard if you actually did use the manacles as basically knuckle dusters.
Why you think I was getting them out?
I thought you were gonna shackle him to a wall or something. Yeah.
No.
Shows what I know.
I mean, there were two thoughts. I was either going to use him as a set of makeshift brass knuckles or shackle him to me.
That. Now all of a sudden I have that mental image of, two people shackled together having a knife fight.
That's actually really fun. Well, when it's SCA weapons, but I'd imagine with a steel blade, it's actually a lot less fun.
It's real fun when they're screama sticks. It's less fun when they're sharp.
Stabby sticks, yes.
Screama sticks and you're not allowed to swing at the bound arm is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's also a lot of wrenched shoulders.
Yeah,
because half of it is you trying to pull the other person into awkward angles to bash them.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite fights in the SCA that I ever did was during a tournament where we both ended up deciding to fight daggers, single dagger.
Oh,
15
that sounds
minutes.
terrible. That must have been grueling.
It was, but it was fun. There was a lot of cuff blocks and Matrix-style dodges.
Yeah, I see. I can see that coming.
Okay.
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 Yeah, I ended up losing that one, though.
It's all right. It's all right.
It's okay?
So good. So good.
Don't touch Maddie.
As we're walking in, Father Smith, can you cast Detect Magic? When we get
So
inside.
it's about that already. Yes, it's already prepared.
Good. At least one of us can do it.
I mean, arguably Sadie's character is with you, and she can do it at will.
My
Okay.
character's there,
It's-
and I can do
so
it
can
too.
Yeah, I used my my ability.
I mean, I would prefer for active players to act, but if it comes down to, well, I guess we can't look for something, I mean, at that point, someone who's
Right.
not here will go. I mean,
I got hammer pro bars and a warhammer. I mean, we can.
Don't forget that Warhammer's silvered now because it's got all that screaming silver in it.
yeah, screaming silver. Okay,
Yeah, like that can't go wrong.
certainly not. Nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry
And we
about.
have something to take our minds off it when we go to sleep at night too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, every time I need to get I need to get like 1,000 gold's worth of frickin' iron. That's right, I forgot.
Well, I mean, the party currently has 30 gold's worth of, sleepy time biscuits.
Sleepy time biscuits. Is this the thing that is this the thing that I got the message of
It's not my fault.
Father Smith would absolutely not approved of this?
Yep, that
Yes.
is the one.
So that was the scene where Father Smith wasn't there to beat everybody about the head with a mace, Adaya style, when the party walked into a mill being run by what they believe to be a coven of hags, making pastries that are designed to put you into a torpor-like sleep, and found bones of small children littering the floor on the 2 floors that they visited.
Yeah, Father Smith would not have absolutely would not have had none of that. It
For
would have
some
been a
odd
moment
reason,
of
Father Smith was completely distracted during that entire thing and never thought to
The door was
people
too
with it.
small, and he waited outside. And when you guys go
There we
outside,
go.
you're like, nope, nothing to see here. We're going to leave.
Oh, what happened?
yeah, because this is that moment where it's like Father Smith looks at everybody's gear and goes, "Can I borrow that lantern?"
Just burn the place down. I believe what I said at the time was something like, okay, Father Smith's going to go upstairs and kill a hag.
Yeah. Father
Yeah.
Smith absolutely would not have had any of that at all.
No.
Not even a
Not
little
even.
bit.
You had like 3 players waiting to see if somebody else would jump, but no one was willing to jump. And I'm like, if Father Smith was here, he totally would have jumped.
You wouldn't. He would have been in the air before everybody else even figured out that there was this point to jump.
Okay, here you go.
Okay.
Hey, do I have 11 minutes to count and to make a ritual right here in the middle of town?
Sure.
Oh yeah, right. Sure.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to do that.
Sure.
Father Smith's smarter than that, at least.
Go touch this coffin maker fellow. What do you think?
I mean, let's say it's right now about 4:30 in the afternoon.
I'm gonna say I got a bone to pick with this guy. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on. Somebody was gonna do it. I'm just getting it out of the way.
We just got to see a man about a box. That's all.
Yeah.
Bet you put bones in.
Yep.
Going back.
Once Father Smith gets to the door, he would cast Detect Magic.
The door is not magical.
No, it's not. But unless the door and the walls are 3 feet thick,
Mm-hmm.
it will actually go through that.
Yep.
I can't see it, but yeah,
What is the range of detect magic?
30 feet. So if I don't get a hit on it, I'm not surprised.
There is
but-
nothing magical within 30 feet of the front door.
Okay, but it's active, so I will put the concentration on myself.
Mm-hmm. The coffin maker's shop is, I mean, almost by necessity, an uninviting looking building. It is 2 stories tall and has a sign shaped like a coffin in front of the front door.
It's 2 stories tall.
All
Maybe
of
it
the
just lives on the 2nd floor.
all of the windows are closed tight. All of the windows are also iron latticed windows with frosted glass. and there is a deathly silence surrounding the establishment.
Okay, look at the bars on the window. Well, that looks a bit out of the ordinary, doesn't it? Although, given this realm, it may be perfectly normal.
I'll take a look at the other buildings that we remembering the buildings that we passed.
I mean,
Did
some
they all
of
have?
them have security measures on them, some don't. I mean, technically the church didn't, but also technically the church did because the frames of the stained glass weren't leaded piping, they were iron piping. So, I mean, effectively iron lattice work.
Yeah.
So it's not something entirely uncommon, but you wouldn't say every building has it. But then again,
The place where the dead is stored.
funerary parlors generally make a pretty good amount of money. So they're generally a building that is a little bit more secure, almost by definition. So it's not in an area where iron bars on the windows aren't terribly out of place. To find them on a funeral parlor also wouldn't be out of place.
Gotcha.
Well, worst comes to worst, might
maybe
be able
it's to stop things from getting out.
or maybe we could just use them to stop things getting in. Push comes to shove.
Well, why would they want to go in? Isn't
saying bring
this
her
where
here?
they're bringing? Isn't this the place where they go ring bell and scream, "Bring out your dead"?
Well, this is where they put them in the boxes, but if things come to pass where we might need another option for some place to bring Karina, this looks fairly defensible. Just an idea.
5 p.m.
Shall we get started?
5 o'clock, is that what you said?
Yep.
I rap on the door.
There is no answer.
The windows are frosted, but are they still can you still actually look through them even if it's fuzzy?
You can see light through them, and at this point there's more light inside than outside, so you can see some illumination of what's going on, but you can't make out definitive shapes. You can't make out more than shapes. And I mean, for what it's worth, a coffin is a pretty definitive shape, so you can see where coffins are, and you can see where tables are.
Gotcha. So before his spell deactivates, Father Smith would kind of walk the building.
Okay.
Father Smith.
Hello.
And I realize this looks like I might be casing the joint, but totally not casing the joint.
Oh, you're totally casing the joint. That's fine.
Totally casing, please.
All right. When you are here, you do manage to get a ping.
Okay. Let me read the exact wording. That way I know this question is stupid or not.
You detect magic. You can't determine what category of magic because you can't see the aura.
Right. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was going to tell, if it gave me an idea on, if I look straight at the wall that I'm looking at, that's giving me the ping. Am I looking slightly up? Am I looking slightly down?
You can tell that it's upstairs.
It's upstairs. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So Father Smith would swing back around.
Basically, because the building isn't 60 feet across, so the only way you could only get it from one side and not the other side is if it's either upstairs or downstairs. So you know it's not on the first floor. I'm basically cheating by also telling you there's not a basement. Therefore, you know it's upstairs.
Gotcha.
So Father Smith's cleaning, eh?
I think it's up. I have halfway on other side of building. I felt the magic, but can't see it, so don't know what actually it is. Also saw other door on south side of building.
Well, one of us should probably stay here at this door in case he decides to try to leave. Maybe several of us. And then the other side go through the door and try to get it back.
I can stay here with maybe one other.
I will stay here.
Okay.
You want
Okay.
me at the back door?
Me and Medi will hold this door. Father Smith grabs the door.
Okay.
Literally hold the door.
So obviously we go around to that door.
Okay.
This also makes it so that Father Smith won't argue with the door suddenly being open.
So I'm locked up for a minute there.
We have
Yeah.
what? Probably about like another hour of light-ish, right? Give or
Yeah,
take.
I mean, you're into dusk, and dusk in Barovia is really freaking dark, but you're not into like nighttime light. You're just into exceptionally diffused sunlight.
Gotcha.
I bang on the door.
We're closed. Go away.
I think you might want to open the door.
We have a bit of emergency.
If you need my services, it's past an emergency. Go find a healer. Come to me if you can't.
They have a bone to pick with you.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
I was waiting for it.
Morden gets disadvantage on his next roll.
I
No, you
told
did.
you somebody was going to do it. I tried to do it earlier to defuse it, but no. But
it's
no.
I set up the doom flag known as I have a bone to pick with you? What's wrong with that? I try to open the door, I have disadvantage so it doesn't open.
Well, it doesn't
I
open
guess
because
that
it's
I'm
locked.
dying to get in.
Oh,
This is not a good way to survive. a
Bad
fight
puns
in
won't
being
make me
locked.
change my mind.
Going to simply try to open the door. I'm assuming it's locked, so I'm not really.
It is locked. I mean, you can tell that it is locked. It is locked in a way where if you tried to force it, you could probably crack it open, but it is most definitely currently locked.
Did I do what I think I did? I did.
All
What
right.
did you did?
So I made a choice at some point
Okay.
when I leveled.
Oh, wow.
Did you choose
So-
wisely or poorly?
Arguably both.
Okay, I can buy that.
I mean,
So-
at the same time, it's a thing.
So I take the warhammer and a two-handed.
No. I believe Sir will open the door. Because we have come to discuss an issue that you have with the church.
I was just going to knock a little bit more fervently. I think he's misunderstanding the situation.
I don't have any issues with the church. In fact, they're usually my best customers. Go away.
It's
Well,
more something that you have that belongs to the church.
That should have remained at the church.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're closed.
Oh, I think you're open. Cast knock.
Okay.
It's open.
Ah, the joys of a low-level bard.
Bravo.
Choose an object you can see within range. That object can be a door, a chest, a box, a set of manacles, padlock, or other object that contains mundane or magical means to prevent access. The target is held shut by a mundane lock that is stuck or barred, becomes unlocked, unstuck, and unbarred. The object has multiple locks, only one of them is unlocked. If you choose to target that is held shut with an arcane lock, it is suppressed for 10 minutes, during which time the target can be opened and shut normally. When you cast the spell, a loud knock audible from 300 feet away emanates from the target.
Wow, that's loud.
Yeah, it's the non-subtle way
not
to
subtle.
open the door.
I don't,
Okay.
I don't think I would have reached 300 feet with my knock, but somebody quite a distance away would have heard.
Yeah, it's true.
Every time I have described a door in Barovia, I have described multiple locks.
True.
However, I also feel that this spell wasn't written with Barovian security in mind. So I'm going to give you a die roll. You can roll a d4. If you roll a 1, the door is completely unlocked. If you roll any other number, you have disabled the best lock or the best 2 locks, but the door isn't completely unlocked. Actually, no, we'll do it the other way. If you roll a 4, you have disabled all 4 locks. If you roll any other number, you have disabled that many barring devices, starting with the hardest ones. 4. There you go.
It's problem solved.
Whole lot
Oh,
of
shit.
talking
Click,
from
Not
click,
easy.
slide,
I was
mash.
ready to drop some points, but nope.
whole lot of
Uh,
talking
I
for
act-
nothing.
I accidentally used that card. I was going to clear it out.
And I open the door. It's like, well, thank you very much for seeing us.
I love it. That's great.
All right, so I will. Whoopsie poopsie! I will give you that card back because I know you weren't trying to play that one at this particular moment.
Yeah, no, I was rushing and I wanted to use the other one with the critical success.
Well, didn't matter. Didn't need it. Okay.
He's going to critically succeed in using his warhammer as a battering ram.
So what you all see is Halloran walks up to the door, cracks his knuckles, and goes, "Bop!"
Boom.
once. As he does, you see the door from the other side, and you see a bolt throw, a chain pin pop, and a breaker brace that is across the door is thrown off of the door, and the door swings open.
Oh, look, door's unlocked.
Hey, look, he knocks like Father Smith does.
Pretty
Look,
much.
door's open.
Slightly more subtle.
What are you doing? I told you we're closed.
You said you were open. But anyway, being we're already in the room. So, we're looking for these things that the father over at the church seems to have misplaced. We were hoping that you might know where they were.
Okay, so Heinrich van der Voort is an old, codgy, sullen-looking man. Truth be told, even in happy locations, nobody wants to be friends with a coffin maker, and this is not one of those happy locations. So, his hair is graying. He is a tired-looking man, like he's had trouble sleeping, and is generally does not appear in the best of health.
But he's in Barovia and graying and still alive, so... you
So
gotta
also not in the
figure-
worst of health.
He's not
Well,
requiring
he's
his
doing
own
something
services.
right.
Yes.
Par for the course.
That would constitute some level of success.
Anyway, but I'm continuing to walk in as I'm talking to him, and I will grab this chair right here,
Okay.
and I'll pull it around to the other side, and I'll pop it right there, and I will have a seat.
Okay. You're trespassing. This is my shop.
Yes. It is your shop, yes. And you, from what I've understand, you've done a little bit of encouraging trespassing on your own. So, let us have a chat.
Well, technically, he didn't trespass.
No, he
He paid
encouraged
someone to it.
it. He encouraged it.
Arguably, he didn't even pay them to trespass because he had a right to be there. However, he took the item, which was really
He
not
didn't
the
pay him all
best
that much
choice.
either.
Yeah,
Which is another issue.
Yeah, that was really kind of tight.
I mean, come on. A winter? Really? I mean, what could you value those at so low a level to have somebody else grab them for you? What would you use them for that?
I checked this door.
Check that door. That door is not locked.
Okay.
No, please have a seat. I mean, we're
not,
chatting here.
It's not that I value. It's not that I don't value them at any higher. It's, to be quite frank, it's unlikely that anyone attached to that church is going to survive another week anyway. So what I paid them was more than sufficient.
Why?
Because
So-
Strahd has plans.
For the church?
Do I see anything on the table that might catch my eye?
Not really. It's just, I'm not sure what those are supposed to be, but they're really just there. There's keys.
One's a key ring, and it looks like a small crate, and who knows what that center thing is.
Yeah,
I
the
believe
other
that's
things
supposed
are.
to be a lantern.
Yeah,
Oh,
probably a
yes,
lantern.
a lantern.
The keys are obviously of interest, but aside from that, really nothing.
So you say Strahd has plans. Would they have anything to do with somebody passing through, maybe? That it may have been inconvenient for him.
They have to do with the Feast of St. Andrew, and that's really all I know about what Strahd's plans are.
Feast of Sin. This is a local festival.
Yes.
When is it to be held? Or has it been already been held?
It's in a couple days.
A couple days.
I grabbed the keys.
Okay. That's reasonable.
That's reasonable.
Couple days, huh? So, okay. Well,
So, why would
interesting.
this relic be of interest to you?
It's of no interest to me. It was of interest to Strahd, and Strahd required that I find a way to get it to him. Otherwise,
Still have them in your possession.
Otherwise, I would be killed, and that is of interest to me.
Assuming this door was open as well.
The only doors that were locked were the doors that were actually locked, so you're good to go.
All right. I just so you know, I'm going to go over, open the door to let Father Smith in.
Okay.
When I get over there, rather than trying to
Right.
fight opening the door, yeah, Father Smith, it's me. I'm going to unlock the door for you.
Thank you.
But anyway, I really want to hear the story
Big
of
boxes.
how it came that you learned that Strahd wanted you to move it. I'm interested.
Is my detect magic still up?
I'm going to say that it's gone by now, but I'm going to say that you could spend 11 minutes to get it back up.
Gotcha.
Because I'm sitting here yapping away, occupying the sky.
Yeah, because quite literally, I wouldn't like if I was if I was sure it was on the second floor, and I could hear Holleris talking through this doorway, I probably wouldn't even have gone to it because Father Smith would have gone straight for the relic.
Right.
And he's
Right.
pretty sure that that's not where the stairway was, or they wouldn't be having that conversation.
True.
So
I mean, you have
he
a pretty good idea where it is, even if you wanted to just go upstairs and see what,
yeah, that's
what
pretty
happened.
much what he would have did. He would have saw Phelan and he would have pointed up and started walking towards. He walked to the first door here, saw it was open, saw there was nothing there, so he opened the door next to it,
Okay, so he walks up the stairs.
and then he goes up the stairs.
Okay,
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be heard.
so we're gonna.
Great.
I'm gonna kind of double this for a moment. Okay. Father Smith is walking up the stairs. While Father Smith is walking up the stairs, this conversation is happening.
Yeah, I kind of post up right where I'm standing.
Okay. One night several months ago, Strahd visited me in the guise of a local nobleman and promised me good business in exchange for service. Knowing that I could either accept or be killed, I accepted.
Actually, patting out a rhythm on the drum, trying to work out some verse from what he's saying, and repeating back to him what he's saying.
Okay. At that moment, I'm going to be kind of doing a little bit of back and forth you do with the maps. So everybody hold on. Father Smith is at the top of the stairs. Father Smith, what do you do?
The ping that I got was on the left side, so he would go through the left door.
Okay. So Father Smith opens the door, and Father Smith makes it about there and stops. And we come back to the first floor. All right. So, what does somebody say next?
So get through working that bit of rhythm, and it's like, okay, so he comes in, he says do this, you figure out he means do it or die, so you agree to help him, and then you pay or whatever his name was, Milovage. So you pay Milovage. Milovage goes, gets it, and uses his shovel, knocks open the reliquary, which was storing the bones and all that, and then he brings them back to you for. God, still come back to enough for just the winner.
Strahd's children plan to attack the church during the feast of St. Andrew.
Huh.
Why?
As a warning to those who try to stand against him. Unfortunately for Milovaj, he told me about the bones while he was here in the shop, and Strahd's children heard him, so I had no choice.
Oh, I guess we can't fault you for that too much then. I mean,
Well, actually, you did have a choice, but I understand the choice you made. It doesn't change the fact that we're looking for them, and we will get them back if you have them here.
They're upstairs. They're in the room almost directly above us. But... And on that, we'll switch.
But
All right.
dun, dun, dun.
Father Smith is walking through the room.
Father Smith doesn't think it's in this room. At least I
Nope.
don't think so.
Nope.
Because I didn't get the ping near this area. So Father Smith will walk up to the door and open it and sees the bedroom, it looks like.
Yep. And you, in fact, see that there is a satchel under the bed.
One thing that I will say, because I hadn't thought about it until just now, but Father Smith would have been aware of it,
Okay.
is he would have actually been listening for for birds.
Okay.
Because we already know, or well, he already suspects that they're spying on us through those.
Mm-hmm.
So him
Well,
listening
pretty
for
tight.
them to react to him taking it is basically what it is what he's listening for.
That's fair.
So he would walk over, he would take it,
Little birdie
and
spies.
like I
Of
said,
course
he's
you have
listening.
a skeletal bird of the right size within arm's reach. Why would I
He
suspect
would-
anything else?
He would take the satchel, and assuming there's nothing else of interest in here, meaning like there's nothing that stands out as out of place, he would start walking. Well, he would check and make sure the bones are there, and then start walking back.
Okay. As you retrieve the satchel and open it up to find it is in fact bones from the reliquary that were in the bag. You hear from the other room 6 crates having their lids flung off.
Oh.
We cut back to downstairs. And Heinrich was just saying, they're upstairs. They're in the room directly above me. But you're not going to be able to retrieve them.
And why is that?
Because Strahd's children are in the next room, and they've placed a glyph to alert them on the bag if it's moved.
Oh.
At which point, you hear 6 crates having their lids thrown from the crates and clattering first against the ceiling and then hitting the ground. I will leave it to the room. And then we end there, or do we start the fight?
Well, I will say that the fight is probably going to be a couple of hours if it's as big as I think it actually is.
I don't think it'll be that long, but I'm going to tell you it's going to be a half hour, 45 minutes. Like, minimum.
Go either way on it.
I can go.
I am good to go if everybody else is still okay.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
And absolutely agree. I completely
That's-
agree with that statement.
That's a vote from Bacon and a vote from Ari.
I'm fine either way. So.
Initiatives.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Vampire spawns. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah. We were avoiding one vampire
Father
earlier.
Smith's gonna die.
We're all gonna die.
I mean,
Bad
Father
decision.
I honestly feel like Father Smith is too good for this place. So yeah, he'll probably die because of that. Oh, I have no idea why I still have this armor. Because I absolutely gave it the pie, and I don't know why I still have this armor.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, it's the armor I'm wearing.
The armor with the necrotic resistance, the
Necrotic
high.
resistance. I have it on my sheet.
All right, so I'm removing
I
it
don't know
from
how to.
mine.
I don't know how to equip it. But
I can fix that for you because
Okay.
you got to
I
go
would
into
assume
it.
that I would have by now.
I think it requires attunement.
There was time for that.
Yeah.
Wow. 2 good vampires and the rest one man. They're slow. They're slow wakers. That was the worst drawback in Vampire the Masquerade ever. It's like 2 points, but don't ever take it. It is
No,
the
it was bad.
worst thing because if you get
Slow
stunned,
waker.
slow to rise. If you
Slow to
have
rise.
slow to rise and your coffin gets assaulted, you get no actions
you're
for the
just
first 2
third.
turns of combat, and there
Yeah,
won't
you're
be a third.
Yep.
Right.
You're staked.
Yeah. Okay. So now we turn on battle music.
Yay!
All right, battle music.
We're gonna start with that one, who is going to double move. That's not what I wanted to do. Medi, it is your turn, so I will come back down to this floor.
All right. Well,
I'm going to remove Father Smith from this floor because the only Father Smith that matters is the one on the other floor at the moment.
so this is going up.
Yes.
You gonna let me here? Go on. Yeah, this is going up here.
Mhm.
Well, obviously, I need to do that like 2, 3, 8. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's not all
Okay.
the way up, is it?
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
We now pop you to the second floor map.
Cool.
This is the first time we've ever done 2 map fighting.
It's kind of interesting.
And that
All
is
those
exactly where 30
sounds-
feet gets you.
I still see the first floor, I think.
Hold on, I will pull you.
All
Hold
the
the
sounds
scene.
were from the second floor.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't know you could actually just pull one person. Interesting.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you are here.
I see it.
Okay. Just making sure.
All right.
Actually, to be
Yeah,
fair,
I've
you
got
are
that.
there.
All right. But I have no sight around the corner.
Nope.
All right. I'm going to regret this, but I'm going to have to go around the corner. Where's Smith? Okay, this is going to be about, yeah, that's as far as I can get that.
Okay.
That's about as far as I can get. So pretty much double move for dash or whatever the heck.
Yep.
What was your initiative number? Because I got to reassign it for coming up the stairs.
15. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay.
And that means it is Phelan next. So we will come back down here.
Yep, definitely going upstairs.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how many.
You would have started from right there. And I think I did the double square thing again. So when you're up here, assume that your movement can get you twice as far. because I made the boxes too small. So I'll give Nettie another 15 feet of walking if he wants.
All right.
Which also means they should be there. And let me pull Drayme
So
into the
I'm making
scene.
about to the door.
Yeah.
Okay. Bonus action. Smith, which way?
Right door.
Okay.
All right. Gray, you are standing
Yeah.
pretty much 5 feet in because you would have just crossed the door to get into the landing there. So you can just take your entire move from right there.
Okay. And you said twice as far.
Yeah. So 12 squares instead of 6.
All right, I was going to say, so that would have been 5 feet right there.
Yeah. 10. 15.
All right. Well, this ain't going to make some people happy. I I have a flask of oil.
Okay.
I just dump oil in that area.
Okay.
Step back.
Okay.
And I have a tinderbox. So, or is there actually? Does that lantern actually lit?
I'll give you that lantern is lit.
Well, it's coming off the wall.
And you're just throwing it at the oil on the floor?
Yes.
Okay.
And I yell at the top of my lungs as I'm smashing it. Get out!
Okay. So that's a thing that just happened, and now the building's on fire.
Yes, it
me
is.
grab-
What's here? Oh my.
I don't know what's in there. I have no desire to find out.
Well, what's
You
in
just
there
said nope.
now is
Not
campfire.
happy.
Find out.
Singy vampires.
Toasty.
Quick, bar the door.
Oh, the door is still closed. There's just fire on both sides of it.
Yeah.
All right. Svetel is next with a 14.
I mean, zombies burn, mummies burn, skeletons may burn,
So
vampires may burn.
I actually should be able to, because it's double, you said, correct?
Yep.
That was only 90 feet, so that's not the...
So that's
that would be
45
a
feet.
dash.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would still be a dash, but I would be able to get down
Okay.
over here.
So then we are removing you from this floor, and we are putting you on the first floor. And I probably should have just left your marker there so that, if I just leave markers behind, I don't have to keep resetting initiatives.
Ah.
Interestingly enough, on this one, the initiative is not here on this map.
Nope, because the combat is centered on the other one. You have
Yep.
an extra, you have 15 more feet of movement.
And Father Smith would actually stop here
Okay.
within range to be able to slam the door shut when whoever's last, Medi or Phelan, comes down.
All right, so I'm just going to stick a Father Smith up here so I can keep you in the initiative and not have to keep doing this. We're going to roll. You're going to be terrible. We are going to update combatant with a 14. And then it is Pie's turn.
Okay, so I can actually see Father Smith had just appeared at the bottom of the stairs.
Yep.
So
Carrying a bag.
then then I would, instead of running out the way I came, I would probably choose to run past him so I'm not splitting the party.
Go for it.
I just, you know,
Kick him in the shins as you run past.
yeah.
This is that moment where I have a very smart idea, or what I think is a smart idea, and I don't think Father Smith is smart enough to have it.
Probably about.
The
That's
thing
got only
is,
25 feet.
Yep.
If I hadn't run around that way and done the other, I had something that might have given us something, but now I may not be able to do it.
I mean, this is such a Lost Boys moment here. I'm
guess,
so
I-
proud.
I guess, I mean, I just moved. I can still, like, aim my crossbow in case something I don't like appears at the bottom of the stairs, right?
Crossbow, saved action, shoot a non-friendly coming through the door.
Yes.
Fair.
Mm-hmm. Question for you, sir, about the coffins. Do these look like they're sturdy? Or are they, like, rickety?
No, they're pretty well built. He's a good craftsman. It's your turn.
It's my turn.
Yes. It's its turn.
Okay.
It's its turn.
Really a shame we didn't call you Thing instead. That would have been so much awesome.
Get him a little bowler.
Nice.
Well, no, I was more along the lines of thinking this. but-
Fire upstairs?
Just a little one.
Let's see here now. I can't exactly see the map, so I'm bebopping back and forth here.
Oh, okay.
It's the
Sorry.
best that I've gotten, so is a black area.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Oh, do you have vision problems, maybe?
If you want
So
to go
I'm bebopping
upstairs,
back and forth.
it's over here. If you want to head towards the door, it would be over here.
I'm looking at the casket that might be right next to me,
Okay. Yep.
There is one next to you, yes.
and I'm thinking about grabbing a hold of it and pulling it towards me,
Okay.
as of blockading the thing.
See, that was the thing that I had. That was my thought, and on my turn, I was going to voice it.
Okay. So you're grabbing the casket so that you can start to stack them in front of the doors, but you're not actually blocking the doors yet.
That's correct.
Okay.
Makes sense.
That makes the next action belong to...
I heard get
The
out.
spawn?
I have no idea upon what's going on. All I know is that people are trying to evacuate.
Phelan hears snarling and hissing coming from the door. And the door is splintered out of the way. Halloris, you're up.
I will definitely get out of the chair,
Okay.
carry the chair with me, plop
Okay.
it down right next to him,
Okay.
and free action. You have two choices, and it sounds like that choice has now become one. You can either flee, I'd suggest going to the church, or you can wait till they get down. And I will go through the door.
I didn't give him an initiative.
Nope.
Silly me. Yeah, 4. Okay.
That works.
All right. 3 more vampire spawns. Can't get any farther. Can't get any farther. Won't get any farther. Will get farther.
Fire damage.
And is also going to take father damage running through the father, and then will attack Fire Phelan. I'm just going to go with 2d6 on that. Seems reasonable. And then we'll swing at Phelan.
I'm still using the Warhammer two-handed, so I don't get a shield.
Okay. Vampire makes 2 attacks, only one of which may be a bite. So we will go claws first.
Ouch.
Which is going to hit. For 10 points of damage. And then we go bite, which critically fails.
Bit his own tongue.
Apparently. And that's going to put us back up to the top of the order. Which is going to be this vampire spawn. Who is also going to take, I'm going to say took 2 last round and takes 2 this round. So that's 16 points of damage. Steps out. Does 2 attacks, only one of which may be a bite. Critically fails. Which I'm going to say puts them in a position to be at disadvantage for the bite. Which unfortunately still hits.
Oh. Biting bad. No biting.
So, Phelan, you are bitten. And... oh no! Couldn't do the bite. Other one had to be a claw. Put yourself back at 15 hit points.
Okay.
So, hit with the claw. You do not take the 7 points of damage. You are instead restrained. You are grappled by the vampire.
No, we're not grappled.
And that vampire is going to go down in initiative because of the one. Phelan, you are up next, sir.
First, I'm popping a healing potion.
Good call.
Push me back up to 18. I may survive.
May.
Not bloody likely, but I may.
I know, I'm sitting here thinking, like, you know, I know the card says random, but is this one of these weird situations where I could, like, play a trap on a player card and just have him miraculously fall through the floor out of the way?
I mean, he'd take damage.
I have to hold the line. Medi hasn't made it out yet.
Oh, there's still somebody up there? I have no track
Yep.
of the map here.
At least
Yeah. Medi,
Okay, we'll wait
it's
on-
Medi and Phelan up there right now.
Oh, we're still up there.
So-
We'll wait a little bit on it then.
So
I
what you doing,
suddenly have
Phelan?
I suddenly have a cunning plan.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Cast Guiding Bolt.
A Baldric level cunning plan?
No, a cast level
Oh.
cunning plan.
Hey, Phelan,
Okay.
Phelan, don't worry about it. Worst case, I'm pretty sure someone's going to get you out of this.
You know what? That absolutely is the worst case for him.
It really is. We've already guaranteed that he survives.
That's awesome.
What were you doing?
All right, and casting Guiding Bolt. I wanted to do it at second level, but I didn't see an option to do that.
Okay. I believe you.
I have one spell slot left, and that's what I'm burning
Okay.
for the second. So that hits. So 4d6 radiant
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, nice.
with an extra d6 for each slot above first. So
So 5d6
So
radiant.
5d6 radiant. Yep.
Nice.
yeah, I don't actually know how to change the.
Just click on the d6s.
Yeah, just roll
Okay.
5d6 and it'll be the same outcome.
16. I think we were all hoping for a little bit more from that.
I mean, yeah. I don't have anything for that, but
Medi, it is your turn, sir.
Okay. Time to do the dumb.
You can't. It's already been done. You just
It's
have to
already been
follow
done.
up.
Yeah. All right. So this is me hoping,
Okay.
and I'm not wrong about this.
That's effectively 15 feet of movement, so that works.
15.
Because remember,
Correct.
squares are half the
Right.
size they should be up here. So you're fine.
Okay, and that's what I was hoping for. Okay.
You were hoping to be able to see 5 vampire spawns. That's unusual. Most
Now,
people wouldn't have hoped for that. They would have hoped for,
Right.
at least 6 less.
Right. Now here's the problem.
yeah.
Unfortunately, I can only actually work on 3 of them, and maybe 4 depending on who's back here. So I try to get these guys as well. I'll also get Phelan, which is not acceptable.
Sure, it is.
What you casting?
No, that's not how we do.
That's not how Medi does. Phelan, on the other hand, is perfectly
that is how
acceptable in
we
losses.
do. That is not how Medi
Yeah,
does.
well, let's see here.
Medi must maintain balance.
Many must maintain some degree of balance.
She kills some vampires. She kills some humans. It balances.
That's balanced.
Yes, correct. All right, so here's what we're going to try for.
Okay.
20-foot cube. Why did you just do that?
Because that's a
That is
20-foot
wet.
cube. You can set the cube to catch 4, not catching
Phelan.
Phelan. If you
Right.
set it here.
All right. Now
Since
this will burn off, but everything else is.
That's going to spread the fire real fast.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's trying to do.
So,
frankly,
one mechanics thing.
Mhm.
Since our movements are doubled, is that all? It's because the scale's wrong. Is that also doubling the size?
You're
So
right.
So it's going to cover more of the
Yeah, kinda
room.
thinking
So
that
it in
was
fact
right.
shouldn't be that. It should be, because the squares are the wrong size. It should be
It's freaking huge.
I think that catches all of them.
Yeah.
excepting the one right in front of me and right in front of Phelan, but
yeah.
yes.
There you go. So that'll catch the 4. So that'll catch the 5 of them and a quarter of the upstairs of the building.
Yep.
Okay.
Otherwise known as the best way to spread fire if you want to burn down the house.
Now, the
This is a
question
great damn
is,
plan. I'm glad to be a part of it, especially from this side of
Does
the
that
table.
actually go down the stairs?
No, it will only be on the top floor because it's well, it's a cube. You have choice. Medi, do you want it to affect the first and second floor, just the second floor, or just the first floor?
Let's go with just the second floor. We're on the
Okay.
second floor, right?
Yep.
Let's go with the second floor.
Probably good choice.
Not the first.
Okay.
The second.
Any
floor.
5-foot cube exposed to fire burns away in 1 round, dealing 2d4 damage to any creature that starts its turn in the fire. It also will make those areas now also on fire. Those will be only wood fire and not oil fire, so those squares will be 2d4 beyond the ones that were already 2d6. However, burn, baby, burn.
Fire it up.
I'm sure it'll burn off and around, but it'll start.
But you're doing 2d4 to all of those targets guaranteed. So yeah, I don't think that's wrong. Okay. And then what are you doing with your turn, sir?
Well, that was my turn because I moved already.
You moved 15 feet.
Yeah.
And you can move another 15 because you can move part of your movement, do an action, and then move the rest of it.
Okay, then. Well, I hate to say it, but I don't want to get in her face.
I will allow you to. Yeah. Well, okay. So you can go here and then go here and like wind up here, but you will suffer an attack of opportunity trying to get past.
Bag it. I'll take the attack of opportunity. Why not?
Okay.
How do we know?
I mean, she's not at advantage, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could literally get down to the bottom of the steps, basically from where you were at.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, you could get to right there.
All right.
And you'll probably get there regardless of whether you're conscious or got knocked unconscious by the attack. You just tumble down. That's cool.
Speaking of which, take 8 points of damage.
And I actually can. I was actually given a reaction option.
Okay. What option were you given?
Either restore balance or silvery barbs, which is a first level spell.
Oh, I didn't realize you had silvery barbs.
Oh my!
Reroll the d20 and use the lower roll. Now, mind you, she rolls even higher than the second one. It doesn't matter. But then the point is, I can now
roll again.
She rolled a 14, so you can force a reroll, or you can force her to take a 10. If she rolls an 8 or higher, she will hit you.
Well, I've got to. Well, the way I'm looking at this, I have to force the roll.
Okay, you don't have to. It's reactions are optional.
Yeah, you can just click the X in the top of the box and it'll disappear.
Right.
Otherwise, you can use the ability and it'll make the reroll.
Now I will. Yeah, I will use.
Okay.
Use it. So
Go
I will
ahead.
force the reroll.
Okay, doke.
Natural 1. Grab Gray's dice. Damn it.
15. Still hits.
Only just. But now here's the thing: I can choose a different creature I see within range, including myself, and the chosen creature has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or savings throw that it makes within 1 minute, thereby restoring the balance.
Okay. So who's it going to be?
Hey, Phelan, enjoy the advantage.
There you go.
Yep.
Enjoy the 10 points of damage.
Yeah, that hurt. I'm not gonna lie. That hurt a little bit.
I mean, you're not bloodied.
No.
Make a
Fair.
saving throw. A DC 10 Constitution saving throw. To maintain the
The web spell.
And honestly,
Right.
it doesn't matter if you fail because it's just going to ignite it anyway.
Right. No. That was Constitution saving throw.
Correct.
DC 10.
Well, you passed.
That was close.
Also,
But that happened, and I can still move basically down to here.
yep. Also, Bacon gets 10 points of healing.
Oh, well. Thank you all. It is appreciated.
All right, and it is now Pie's turn.
It's my turn. And I still don't see anything to see going on, so
Nope.
I will start retreating in a way that I can still keep an eye on an angle on the door, which I guess is somewhere, like that ish. Yeah.
I mean, pretty much
probably.
even like at the door. If you're still in the building, you'd be able to.
I'd be okay.
Yeah. Because from there you will still see somebody come out onto that.
From here I can still see.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll do the same thing. I'll just keep that crossbow trained
And
on.
it is your turn.
My
Did I
turn.
go this turn?
Did I?
Yeah,
Bodge? I did. It is Svatel's turn. My bad.
No worries. Father Smith's plan is turn undead.
Okay.
They cannot get within 30 feet of me if they can see or hear me.
Right. And with your
So-
trumpeting, with your
Yeah.
trumpeting nose, there's no way they're not going to see or hear you.
Correct.
Which means,
And it is a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw.
and you are
Nice.
At basically at the
effectively here.
right. So in this one case, I think because I would know better, I would need to move into
No, you
the
don't.
room.
No, you don't. That's only 20 feet to the far corner.
Right, because it's doubled. So then,
Right.
no, I could stay right where I'm at.
You can
and
stay
that would,
right where you're at, and they have to, and they get basically just pushed to the back corner and pinned there.
Yep.
While on
Fuck
fire.
the room.
Well,
It's
while
on
on fire.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes. Fire.
All of them except for this one, which will get pushed, this one will get pushed the other way. But
Right.
yeah. Okay. So that was a plan. And now it is
Yeah, so they each of them would take the wisdom saving throw, and if they pass it, they're not turned. But if they don't, they have to stay outside of.
and what is your saving throw?
DC 14?
Okay. So although she also has to make a DC 14 dexterity check to see if she can move. So she is turned and can move and will run this way.
Further
Yeah,
into the
if
webs
they-
of fire. I love it.
Yep. If they fail, the only action they can take is a dash action to move away from us.
So you will
move away
take
from me.
2D. They're going to take 2d6 rather than a 2d4 because she started in one of the oil squares.
Okay.
Okay. And now it is its turn.
Okay. Well, it is going to grab the nearest casket
Mhm.
right next to me. I still don't know if there's people coming down, so I'm just going to place it right, try and, place it right in front of the door anyways.
Okay. There is now a trip hazard in front of the door.
Uh-huh.
If I make it there, I'll take that trip hazard.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know you guys are still up there.
It's fair, but am I at the bottom of the stairs where I'm standing at this point, or am I still in the middle?
You are at the landing, so you would in fact be at the landing, so you would be right here.
So yeah, it would have dropped the casket right in front of Medi.
I'm going to say he's only got it blocking half the door right now because he can see one person, and that way you guys can squeeze through. And then, once he knows everyone's clear, he can just, kick it and nudge it over.
Right. Okay, fair
So,
enough.
it's blocking this square, but it's not blocking this square. And then, he'll just kind of stand here and just be like, ha! And just charge
he's
into
got
it
it
and push it.
upside down on one of the diagonal panels, so he can literally just tip it flat in
Yeah.
front of the door.
Yeah, I am okay with all of this.
As I get slashed and then unslashed because of chat. Thank you, chat. Bonus action. Fail and swing once and run! Hopefully that gives our friend some indication that we have one more person up there.
Yeah,
next-
actually, that would.
Yep. Next is this vampire, who we will see if she is restrained. She is not. We will see if she is turned. She is. She will take 2d6 running through fire.
Burn, 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 burn. I love it.
And hide in the corner.
Yeah, everybody burn.
Hide in the burning-aided corner.
Dog door.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking, you know what? I didn't even realize the fire and everything. I was saying, okay, just slow them down long enough for us to get the hell out.
Halaris, your turn.
Right.
So they
I'm
got
actually
that
going to
door.
say Halaris can see one at the top of the stairs that is currently trying to gnaw upon Phelan.
Oh, they
Yes,
are.
I am
That's
grappled.
interesting.
Because you
Just
would
as a
be
reminder.
effectively 1 square further back than 1 square further back than this.
Okay.
So you would be able to see that at the top of the stairs. They would have cover, but it's a thing.
Yeah, they have cover, but depending on what spell you use, it don't matter.
It doesn't matter for this one. I'm going to start whispering some sweet, sweet nothings.
Aww.
Sweet, sweet nothings known as a vicious mockery. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, dissonant whispers.
Nice.
Cast at 2nd level.
Okie doke. Go for it.
Whoops.
Let's see. Target must make a wisdom saving throw on a failed save. Takes 3d6 psychic. Cast at 7th level, so it'll take
And has to
4d6
move away.
psychic. And has to move away if he fails.
Okay.
So lots of being forced away. Got it.
Push me, pull use. I mean, that's how you win this game, and you guys are going to demonstrate it. All right.
Yep. Literally, I thought about it for a second. I went, I'm sorry. I could just go, nope, you're not allowed to walk forward. Have fun, guys, in the fire.
All right. So wisdom save.
Yes.
What is your DC?
DC is 14.
This is not their best stat,
Nope. No, it's not.
but that's
But-
good
Good enough, though.
enough.
Good enough, though.
Can I play a critical fail card on them?
Do you have a critical fail card?
I do.
Yes,
maybe.
I do.
I will allow them to be played on anything but a boss. These do not count as bosses. So, Noctis, roll your damage.
Did he play it already, or?
I mean, we know
Am I
one of you
playing
is
it?
going to.
Okay, I played it.
Okay.
Okay. Like, I was actually
Okay.
looking for the card because I hadn't gotten to there yet.
Alright.
I had to figure out which monitor had the window.
3d6. Oh, wait, you cast it at
46.
2nd level, so 4d6.
13.
Bad roll.
And because it was a critical failure, I'm going to say that the push was into the fire rather than away from it,
Into the fire.
Yay!
which
It
is
burns,
2d6
burns,
damage.
Burn to urine.
Technically, Phelan does not get an attack of opportunity because technically it was not a voluntary move.
Also, I was
Yeah.
grappling, so
Well, but you're no longer grappled.
right. But I would also have said since I was grappled, I couldn't have actually effectively swung.
Well, she would have had to release the grapple to move because she wasn't allowed to take you with a forced move. So immediately, as soon as she moved, you were no longer grappled, which would have been when you would be able to take your attack of opportunity, except that it was not a voluntary move. So we're just going to go with next up.
When you are grappled, you lose your reaction. So you
Oh,
wouldn't.
okay.
You don't gain your reaction back when you lose the grapple status. You get it back when
At the start of your turn.
or
Okay, that's
turn.
fair. Also fails, and also runs into the corner, and also was still just in the 2d6 range.
Fire.
So that's 7 more. And turn undead for the freaking win. What is your? That's a 17. That one's going to pass.
That one's gonna pass.
I thought you were doing the strain movements first.
This is.
Thought I was doing what?
14.
I thought you were doing restrain movements first or some weird thing. Was that for something else?
That was just for the The
Oh,
two
okay.
of them. That wasn't for everybody. So
Could I play a
I
complication?
can't see anything, so it's going
No.
off of, but I hear.
Okay.
that'll be 5 points of damage, and running through the flames, and then she is coming down the stairs.
Yeah, she's trying to get out of the fire, so she's going to run past Phelan, run
She
past
runs
Medi,
past
and
Phelan.
Hollis.
Malin and Medi and Halaris, I will give an attack of opportunity.
I'm sorry, did you say me?
You don't get one
Okay.
for reasons already discussed,
Right.
and the other two both do.
Right.
Meanwhile-
I didn't.
And she's not far enough down for me to see yet.
Oh, she is. Yeah, and you get your shot.
Okay, cool.
And this one fails. So into the corner of burning.
Yeah, I didn't hear the first name, and it confused me because it sounded like you said Phelan.
I might have. Okay.
Nope, I missed.
Well, I mean,
So did I.
oh,
I broke a string. I broke an arrow, a bolt.
Okay.
You saw it, you fumbled it,
and,
dropped it
I
instead.
went, ah!
And Medi does not get to do an attack of opportunity because he already used his reaction.
right. I was wondering about that.
Okay. This is going to get really messy
Yeah,
Good.
because the whole fight's going to be on the other floor in a second.
Yeah, because pretty all but this one failed.
Haste Dragon has purchased 40 packs.
Woo! Haste! Thank you for the packs. He's like, I want to play with cards.
Yes, I
Cards
do.
are fun.
Playing with cards is
Okay,
Useful.
so that's I have to bring down one vampire spawn at 75 health, and everybody but Phelan is on the first floor at this point. So
Phelan, just get down here because we can have a fight on the first floor. Duh. Be map friendly, Gray. Be map friendly.
But pretty fire.
But the pretty fire.
Don't worry about it. The fire's going to follow us soon.
Yeah, it'll follow us
No,
right
fire
out the
goes
door.
up. That's fine.
I'm going to say that she can't get to that square because of the casket in the way. So it would have caused difficult terrain, and she wouldn't have been able to get that far. So she's right there, but everything else still applies. And I want everyone to remember their initiative numbers. Ready?
Hold on.
Yep.
Got it.
Phelan 15, Medi 15, Svitel 14, Pi 12, It 12, Halaris 8. So you guys remember yours. Now remember 15, 14, 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 6, 5. 15, 14, 8, 7, 6, 5. And the only one that really matters is
5.
5. Okay. Well, all right. Over to the other match.
So we all go first, and then it gets punched.
15, 14, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. These are the ones that are currently upstairs and burning.
Oh, but I also crit failed though. I don't know if you need to move me or something.
Yeah. You need to move like one. Oh, and
It doesn't matter. I'm just switching places with it. So
he is running out the burning house. Okay. So everybody roll your initiative. Again.
we're re-rolling.
So that I can get you on the new initiative tracker.
Oh, okay.
But that's why I wanted you to remember your numbers.
It's not letting me do that.
Let me do it for you, so I don't care.
Yeah, because it's not letting me clear the initiative.
Oh, because you're still on the second floor.
Yeah.
You are off the
Yep.
second floor.
And now I only see the second floor.
And it's
Dude,
not rolling.
I'm going
I
to
rolled.
fix that.
You
Give
get
me a
I know.
moment.
I got you.
All right.
There we go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna put good old Phelan. We're gonna put good old Phelan right at the top of the stairs. Because that's effectively where he is in a roundabout sort of way.
Close enough.
So we're pretending that everything beyond Phelan is the second floor map. Which means that we are pretending that
Just out of curiosity, are the roofs slate or thatch?
you know, I didn't have to know that question 5 minutes ago.
Ah, hell.
I don't know. On the map, it looks blue. I would assume it's not thatch at that point.
Yeah, I'm thinking slate or wood.
It could be wood panel. It could be, I mean, it could be
Well,
ceramic. That was very popular in the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well,
Oh, it's ceramic.
not panel, but cedar shake.
Otherwise known as it gonna burn real good.
Oh yeah.
All right. Ari, what was your initiative?
12.
Don't you wish you could keep that one?
Right?
And I was a 15.
12 and -1 position.
Yep. What was yours?
Also
12.
12.
And didn't lose one for rolling poorly.
Right, so just switch the two of us.
And Spatel was a 14 and 50-50. Cool. All right. So everyone else is done. So we are at the top of an initiative round.
I'm not in there.
Well, you are now. What was your number?
Better than that. 8.
8.
Not by much.
Nah,
No.
yeah, only slightly better.
All right.
This is just getting silly.
Yep.
All right. So that vampire failed, and as long as he maintains concentration, she doesn't get to do anything about it. So 2 points of damage. I will probably just roll a mass damage for all of the burning vampires at the end of their turn. Phelan, yours, sir.
Okay. Oops.
How in the world I got pushed into the door?
So I find myself standing at the top of the stairs with my warhammer.
Yes, you do. There is a creature at the bottom of the stairs without a warhammer. You could fix that problem.
Yes. I'm thinking just jump down there and
I
come
knew
down
you
on
were
it.
going to do death from
GFA!
above. I knew you were going to do a death from above. What is your acrobatics, sir? What is
Not
your
proficient,
athletics,
passive
sir?
11.
Athletics
No,
is a plus
14.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Make an athletics check to determine if you have advantage or disadvantage on the coming down the mountain.
You have advantage because of the silvery barbs on this.
You know
roll.
what? You know what? Then I'm just going to give him advantage on that instead, so it's fine.
Mhm.
Because then he automatically gets this one, and sure, that works too. Okay, so so you have advantage on the attack. And two-handed silver maul, 20-foot vertical down. Roll your attack with advantage, sir.
He'll be coming down the stairwell when he comes.
That's gonna hurt.
That hits.
Silvered if it matters.
Roll your damage plus an extra 2d6 for gravity plus an extra 1d8 flaming because kill it with fire.
Yes, kill it with fire.
Oh, that's wow, too many numbers.
So just roll your damage.
You just roll your damage, and I'll throw more dice at the screen.
Yeah, and that would be considered versatile, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you're
It's
using
two-handed.
2 hand.
All right, so that's 7 plus 15 more is 22 damage. And she is knocked prone.
Yay!
Also,
Okay.
you are knocked prone.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's fair.
Like you just full on body chopped her with the hammer as you were falling. You were landing on top of her.
Here.
It's okay. The hammer broke the fall.
And
I think the
vampire.
I think the hammer
vampire.
broke her.
I think that was the idea.
All right. Anything else there, Phelan?
The channel divinity here, is that considered an action? If I was to use a touch of death?
1 second. It actually should say it next to your feature.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
No,
So-
when the creature hits with a melee attack, they can choose to use Channel Divinity. So that's a bonus. I'm sorry, that's a free.
Okay.
So the damage is 5 plus twice their cleric level. So that's an extra 11 points of damage.
There you go.
But it is necrotic.
Correct. I mean, they still going to take it.
Right, because they're living dead, not undead. They still take necrotic.
Well,
We
oddly
already
enough,
It's
most
resistant.
undead,
Yeah.
Resistant, but still take it.
Yeah.
Medi, you're up, sir.
a lot of
Right.
undead take normal damage from necrotic.
Yeah, I
enough.
noticed that. I guess if you're decaying, you still decay, and it still
It's
messes
it's
you
a
up.
mechanic. it's a philosophical mechanical thing, and you're applying a different game world's philosophy to it than
Right.
has ever existed in D&D.
Yeah.
Right. I
My
mean,
bad,
it kind
What
of
did you
makes
fix?
sense. Like,
So, Many now stands up because the cards have said so.
Medi now stands up because he was out of balance laying down.
Yep, exactly.
that's just how it goes.
And then, yep. See, now I'm in melee range, so normally I'm not allowed to cast spells unless it's with advantage, except when I'm a dick and I use magic missile.
But also, the
Isn't
creature
he
is
at advantage
prone,
anyway?
therefore you would get advantage attacking a prone
None
target.
of that matters. I'm
Okay.
going to use.
I mean, just use magic missile. Just magic missile the darkness.
Level.
It's just magic missile anyway.
Yes.
Yep.
Level 1 or level 2.
I did the 2.
Okay,
That's 4 darts.
so that's 4 darts at a D4 plus 1. Roll your damage, sir.
Yep. Accepted.
Just roll. Just hit the button.
Yep. Okay. We'll hit the button. I'll hit another one.
So that's 2 times 4 darts is 8.
Shucks.
I mean, could have been better,
It's so
but could
good.
have been worse.
It's okay.
She's now
If you
bloodied.
So if you
There
play
you
kill it
go.
with fire, does that mean it's 48 because it's 4 hits with that one attack?
No. No.
Well, that might be a little
Although
much.
there is an interesting argument for a warlock with their hex on a target and magic missiles.
Ow.
Yup.
Ow! Yeah, ow!
Yup.
Ow.
Yeah, that's a lot of hex damage. Hit you with the next missile. Hex damage. Hit you with
Because-
the next middle.
Because since they could be aimed at individual targets, they are in fact singular attacks.
Yeah. See what you're saying.
So, yeah.
Even though it's one action, so it would take effect on all of
So
them.
take one level of wizard there, Hexy boys and girls, just to
I
learn magic
mean-
missile.
And Rangers too.
Yeah.
I don't even think they need to take the wizard because I'm pretty sure they get access to magic missile.
I don't think they
They
do.
just don't normally take it.
I don't think they do, but it's worth looking up later. But for right now, Medi, are you moving or not?
She's prone. She'd still get an attack of opportunity if I bolted the hell out
At
of there.
disadvantage.
At disadvantage, but yes.
We'll risk it. I'm bolting.
That's a smart plan.
Goodbye.
You are back to your normal movements on the downstairs floor
Fine.
because the downstairs floor is accurate.
Yeah, this is fine.
This is fine. All of this is fine. Everything upstairs is just burning. Good thing that she has disadvantage. Didn't matter.
Oh.
Well, good thing she ain't biting you at least.
And only takes 7 points of damage, which could have been a lot worse.
That could have been worse.
And it's trying to tell me to concentrate for the webs, but
The web
I
is gone
think
at this
they're
point.
Yeah, the webs are gone anyway, so
Yeah.
bag it. Yes.
Yeah, so we're just going to... I'm just going to kill the concentration effect. So there we go. Vampire spawns. Vitel.
Father Smith. You know what? I don't get to do weird crap like this that often with him because I don't get to do fun things. So just to add more fire stuff,
Father Smith doesn't get to do fun things.
he normally just swings his weapon. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna swing his weapon while at the same time casting Searing Smite.
Okay.
Here we go. I love it.
Extremely.
I'm here for it.
Why not? We'll do it at second level just for giggles.
What does it sound like when an elephant giggles?
Lots of tooting. So I do that is my bonus action.
Okay.
I swing as normal with the mace, which I have advantage because prone target.
Okay.
Oof.
Oh, so close. I do my normal damage,
Mm-hmm.
which is 7,
Mm-hmm.
and then I do the smite damage.
Mm-hmm. And also now add another D8 for kill it with fire. Because someone decided you had a flaming smite.
Flaming smite.
Yeah, it was absolutely a flaming smite because
Okay.
I was. So that is 11 points of fire damage and 7 points of bludgeoning.
Yep.
And I believe she has to pass a 15 Constitution save. But let me
Or-
double check exactly when that happens.
If she lives long enough, she passes.
If she lives long.
It is your turn.
Okay, yeah. It was just getting more damage as she just keeps burning from the smite.
You hear them beating the snot out of something on the landing. You can circle around to do the coup de grace, or you can continue working on your barricade.
I'm actually gonna continue on my barricade.
Okay.
Good man.
I believe that there's still one person up, so I'm not slabbing it down yet.
Right. You've actually now pulled over a second casket, and you've stood 2 caskets next to each other, so that as soon
Yeah, ready to
as the
slam
last
it
person
down.
runs through, you can just
Just tip him and
you just football press both of them over and completely
Nice.
block the door.
I like
Yes.
this works.
Pi, it is your turn.
Okay. According to what I can see on the map, I can still target her.
Yep.
Okay.
You have disadvantage because she is a prone target and you are shooting at range.
Okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
Wait. She has what now?
Disadvantage.
No, she doesn't.
Disadvantage.
No, she doesn't. Because you
Hey,
just
restore balance.
because he just
I got
restored
the
balance, which
weapon.
removes either an advantage or a disadvantage. So
Oh, okay.
so just roll normally. Okay,
There we
there you go. All right, so that's a hit. So now roll your damage.
Yeah, let me pull that off. Here, while I'm at it.
Nice.
Good roll. Good roll.
8
That
points of
is a
damage.
good roll.
Nice.
Do you get multi-attack?
I
Yes.
Oh, wait, no.
do I?
But not at
No,
level
not-
3.
Not yet. All right.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
My
I
brain
don't think I
was
have it
wrong
right
campaign.
now.
Sorry.
Yeah. I don't think I have it right now. Yeah.
I mean, you guys will be one step closer after this. Burning Vampire. Halloris, your turn.
Quick poke my head around the corner. Is dude still there, or is he run off?
Oh, he's Casper.
Okay.
He is so
Well-
not there that you can't even see him.
Hollerus, can you check outside? See if they broke through the wall.
Sure. See, I will double move in that case.
Okay. I mean, you can run upstairs and check.
I'll take that under advisement.
I'll take that under advisement. By that I mean no.
And go with maybe.
What?
Yeah. Definitely sounded like a hard no to me.
All right. When you finally get your token outside, you notice something unusual.
And that being?
You see them trying to like punch at the windows to escape, and every single time they touch the windows, whose iron bars are made of wrought iron, you see the smallest inkling of energy. Like, you almost mistake it for just something involving the fire, except it's happening as they're slapping and punching the window, and they're unable to affect them.
I'll yell back. They're still trapped up there.
Interesting.
Very good.
Vampire, crypt guy running away.
Burn.
Everybody's burning. And
Burning,
you know what?
burning.
This turn we'll add another, because the fire got hotter. There we go.
It does do that.
Yeah, it's just going to keep building. It's going to keep building until eventually they're just dead, which is probably about 2 more turns, which is longer than the one on the first floor has right now.
Probably,
Yeah.
Phelan, it is your turn, sir.
I am not even going to bother standing up.
You don't have to, because you were already stood up by the balance.
Oh, I thought that was just Medi that stood up.
No, he stood you up.
He stood you up. Yeah.
He's been stood up.
So you get to go to you get to go Guten Tag to him if you want.
I'm going to use a
Gordon
or Guten Tag's
Dong.
good.
Gordon Dong.
There you go. That's the right word. I'm sorry. I literally knew as soon as I said it, I said the wrong name.
Well, I mean, one is German, the other is Swiss. It's fine.
It's
What are you rolling for?
I am casting Guiding Light.
You have advantage.
All right.
You hit.
Yeah.
And it's only level 1, so
Only like
that's
46.
level damage.
All right. That's 11 more radiant damage.
All right.
Now what do you do?
Believe it or not, I'm just going to stay there.
Okay. I don't believe it, but apparently that's what's happening. Medi, your turn, sir.
Well, I mean, you know, thing's still alive, isn't it?
I mean, it's still in its current state,
Some
animated state.
definition of the term.
Yeah, it's still in its current animated state.
not for long.
Yeah, and you don't think the 2 clerics are leaving until it's dead, do you?
Father Smith stepped up for a home run earlier.
3 clerics.
Yeah. I'm going to shift over here, and I will hold act, and now get that over here.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it! And I will hold action to chuck a firebolt at it, assuming the worst, and that the two clerics don't end this thing, and it tries to get away.
So you're holding for firing if it is still animated after Father Svitel's action.
Yes.
Okay. Father Svitel, your action.
Time to squish the rabbit.
Squish the rabbit.
Squish
All right.
the
Rabbit, squish the rabbit, squish.
Nope.
Nope. So it is still alive at the end of Father Svitel's action, unless Father Svitel is using a bonus action.
No, Father Svitel is going to try and pummel it with his trunk.
Okay. So go ahead and use your bonus action, Ankh Slap. That will hit.
Okay.
That'll do 3
3.
points of damage to it. It is still animated at the end of all of your possible attacks, which will trigger Medi's Firebolt.
Medi's burning it alive. Got it. Burning it dead.
Burning it deader.
Oh, nope.
Proper dead.
Nope.
Nope.
And so, Father Svitel, what you doing?
Father Svitel has done his action, his bonus action. He's not moving yet. You don't want this to get past him.
Okay.
By the way, does it look like the floor right above me is on fire and potentially going to fall on my head?
Oh, everything looks like it's on fire. The building is
Okay.
burning down. It is holding his action to throw
We do.
2 more caskets in front of the door.
Uh-huh.
Pi, it is your turn.
It is my turn to shoot. To do the shooting. Are we back to normal?
You still have
You-
disadvantage because
you
it is
still-
still prone.
I still have disadvantage.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
I mean,
Shame.
on one hand, not a crit. On the other hand,
You still hit, I believe.
you go take your damage.
Okay. On the other hand, hit it.
On the other hand, you had to roll a 1 to not do enough damage to kill it.
Okay.
Hey, all right.
I literally almost killed it with the Ankh Slap. Really?
Yep.
Ah, so close.
You couldn't have, but you got close.
That is so unfortunate.
Yeah,
I was
it's 'cause
expecting
Ankh
Medi to get
Slap
the
is-
kill, and then he missed. So the vampire, after the Ankh misses, it grabs onto Father Smith's trunk and uses that propulsion to spin itself up to a standing position, lunges to bite at Father Smith as a crossbow bolt comes from the other side of the room, catching it through the throat and pinning it against the wall. And then it just turns to dust.
Yes. Dust.
Father Smith turns to Pi and goes, Father Smith says thank you.
Okay. At this point, the party has 2 options. 1, leaving the burning building, or 2, making s'mores.
Yeah, it's the I think it's the s'mores option, right?
Okay.
That's what everybody's taking.
I mean, that's a
Phelan runs past. It throws both caskets down. It slams the door shut and then throws both caskets down in front, barricading the door, effectively locking it. And then the rest of the party all run out the building
Out the building.
so that they can
doing
be.
the pissed off townspeople.
Bye-bye.
And he comes around the corner rather than running through.
I guess they need a new box maker.
And we will end tonight with the sun, with the setting of the sun, turning the smoke from the coffin maker's building a brilliant, scorching red as the sun goes down,
Man.
as the building goes up in flames. There are shrieks from inside. There are several town guard running this way. And that is a problem for another day. But for now, everybody gets a level because that was some shit.
Not that I think it matters, but sweet.
If we had to fight half a dozen vampires, at least we had a half a dozen PCs.
I'm just going to
this is the
point
time
out.
to do it.
I'm going to point out that they are the exact same CR, the 6 of them, as the 3 hags the party didn't fight earlier. So we know who the bloodthirsty fuckers here are.
Hey, the vampires started. They could have just stayed in their casket sleeping.
That's true. The vampires did start it.
I mean, like I said, Father Smith probably shouldn't survive this campaign. Just saying. He's going to do the dumb every time you put it in front of him.
There's a lot of dumb to be done.
Survive? Excellent. Dumb to be done.
So that has been a 6-hour, 4-hour show. So I think we're going to be done now. And we're going to say goodbye to all the peoples. And I'm going to see everybody later. And remember that as much fun as the Ravenloft campaign was tonight, the Drakenheim campaign will be even more chaotic tomorrow. If you're watching this on YouTube, please be a good werewolf, like and subscribe. Hope you enjoyed the pun. If you are watching this on Twitch, then you know that we do these on live on Twitch. We have our Light and Darkness campaign, which is Gothic Adventure. On Tuesday, we do our Exacted Spirits, which is Fantasy Adventure. On Thursday, in the month of October, which is probably going to be over by the time this one goes up, we have Ravenloft on Fridays. On Saturdays, we have Drakenheim, and on Sundays, which, if you're not familiar with it, is Cosmic Horror Exploration. And on Sundays, we have our Spelljammer universe, Guardians of the Astral Sea, which is high fantasy adventure. So if you liked any of those, if any of those sound interesting to you, make sure you like the channel, follow, come on back, check us out on any of those shows. If you're watching this on YouTube and any of those sounded interesting to you, make sure you just go and check the playlists because they're all up there just waiting for you to, grab a box of popcorn. In the meantime, on behalf of Ari Cypress Everly, on behalf of Greyman Gaming, on behalf of Haste the Dragon, on behalf of Noctis Silence, on behalf of Old Bacon Eater, on behalf of Scorched Ace, who is no longer here, on behalf of Sadie Golden Dragon, who is no longer here, and on behalf of More Than 56, thank you all very much for watching. We hope that you were entertained. We, as always, had a blast entertaining you, and we will catch you all next time. Bye-bye. Wave!